Good morning. Wait, I forgot to do something. I'll be right back. I need to get a drink from the fridge. I am back. Good morning, chat. It's another Umineko day. It's another Umineko day. It's another Umineko day. It's another Umineko day. Thank you, well to play for the resubscription. Thank you, well to play. Appreciate you. We appreciate you. All right, wait. I gotta read some of these back messages. Spoilers equal you get slaughtered in Slaughterhouse Horse 2. I did say that. Am I a horse? That's a question for you. Since you have installed the censored translation, can we post uncensored text for comparison? It's mostly references to copyrighted stuff. Thank you, Faramondo777 for the Faro. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I didn't even know I have the quote censored translation. I would be, yeah, the delay's back up. I would be very careful with posting uncensored text just because that like can get like I know nobody would like try to spoil, but like it could like that would be the risk. So yeah, I am interested about that though. Maybe like I should probably talk with the mods and get their take, because I'm not really sure like all that's engaged with that. Well to play. I love your Umineko streams, and most importantly, Natsui. Oh, dude, Natsui, bro. Shout out my girl, Natsui. You're playing the Witch Hunt with PS3 sprites? I don't know. I've been playing for a minute, so I have the sprites I have. I don't know their names. We're about to peek it though. We're about to peep it. Umineko Day. You know what that means? Thank you, TD Wolf, for the $2. Thank you, TD Wolf. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I would recommend if you want to post uncensored text, run it by a mod just so they can be very safe. We are trying to be very safe with the blindness of the playthrough, because that's what makes it fun, you know? Yeah. Okay. So, Char, there's been a couple things. There's a couple main translation difference, but they're spoilers. Yeah, so we want to definitely be careful with that. Char, a lot happened at the end of the last one. This person is a problem. This is the most problematic entity in the entire thing. I'm pretty sure there's a clip in, like, the first stream where I'm like, we need to kill Maria. I'm pretty sure there's a clip of that somewhere. That clip was correct. I got my guard lowered because she's like, fun. And, like, you know, everyone's, like, taking care of her like a little daughter. And it's like, oh, incredible. Like, I will now I will get my parental instincts to be attached to you. Then we get this. Are we? It's bad, dude. And then a ton of like knowledge about the magic circles and stuff. There's just a lot going on. I'm taking an exam halfway through your stream. Give me your energy pink. We will prepare a spirit bomb for when the exam happens. She would sweep Slaughter Horse 2. Bro, I should put all the characters from Umineko into Slaughter Horse 2. And then we can slaughter them, dude. Whoa, bro. Okay. Wow, last stream was a lot. I'm like remembering it now as I'm here. So, 6 people died. It was 6, yeah. 6 people have died. Rip. Der. Those 6. Those 6 have been perished. Put them in Sims and have them argue. Put them in Tamagotchi life. W. Yeah, so there's been a lot of corpses piling up. Battler is like getting ready to make moves. which I really appreciate. The biggest problem is everybody, I feel like Battler is extremely locked in, and a lot of these characters are very locked in about like they're like thinking, like Natsui put up with the shotgun. Oh my goodness, she put up with a rifle. I forgot at the very end she got the glicky. Yeah, right there. And so there's a lot of like really potential, like good moves being made, I think, that have a lot of potential. But the problem is that like I'm a full Beatrice believer and the power of magic believer. And they don't even know that they should be focusing on the epitaph right now, right? The only person that knows that is Maria. And then like Battler like overheard it, but like didn't actually lock in. You know what I mean? Release the Battler files. And then we also got this insane CG of Maria, and then she started yapping. I could have organized this. I don't really want to do that right now, so I'm not going to, though. Had to have been done in the dark with an umbrella. True. Second day notes. Where was Nanjo? Yeah, remember, because they did, like... There is the big question right now of, like, the idea that somebody in our cast is basically being Beatrice. It's just... Honestly, it's like, how does that ever happen, though? Like, how does that ever actually happen? Because remember at the very end of last stream when Natsui put up with the Blicky, how Battler was thinking like, oh, like, if half of the group here wants the other half dead, we're cooked right now. If they were able to kill 6 people, then we're cooked right now. That's really what makes it, like, so unbelievable for me that any one of the characters is Beatrice. Because there's no way that any one of them could overpower 6 of them, including these 2 Giga Chads. It's just not feasible, dude. And, like, and including Delsny Land Adult, and including, like, Shannon's a nothing, but then including Goatda as well. It's just too much. So, that's what makes it really hard to imagine, unless they had, like, some crazy advantage, which is why I think it's just gotta be, like, magic. Plus, Shannon... Of the victims, the last POV we got was Shannon POV, and she saw the golden butterflies, or like a golden butterfly as she was walking around, which is a symbol of Beatrice, I think. Because A, it's gold, but also B, like, it's in all the, like, backgrounds and stuff. So, I'm fully locked in on that, and sadly our characters are not, but hey, they'll get there eventually. Any other last notes before we jump into it? Emergency radio is cooked, probably foul play. Phone line's cooked. Goda's dead. Everyone's dead. They're all dead. Blood in the dining hall, which is proof that they didn't all get, like, backstabbed, right? Like, there was at least a couple of them that, like, fought in the dining hall and then were dragged away. Corpses removed to the storehouse. Demonic blood circle. Kinzo's just gone. The key to the storehouse was mixed in. Requires advanced key knowledge. Or just, like, witchery. Everyone in the main house died or went missing, minus Natsui because of protection charm. Where the frick was Nanjo? Guest house with the rest. And Natsui with the protection charm was a big deal, too. Which confirms that magic's real because it saved Natsui. TD Wolf for another 2. I could overpower 6 adults. Like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe? I don't know, bro. No, you couldn't. Look at the adults you're having to go up against. Do you not see his beautiful broad shoulders and his magnificent chest? Like, this guy goes to the gym. And you are lucky homegirl Eva wasn't in the building. Things would have been different, bro. Eva would have whooped Beatrice's ass. Yeah, thank you, Julia Goob, for the follow and the subscription. Thank you for reading my favorite VN, you go. Thank you, Julia Goob. Yo, I like your name. Julia Goob. Goob. W Goob. Yeah. So, TLDR, we're cooked. Maria's a freaking problem. Doesn't even care that her mom's dead. Anything else here? Let me reread this real quick. Cross symbol is originally a crest from a religion order of knights. 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are Hebrew. Oh yeah, borrowing the power of the sun, which makes sense because Beatrice is of the night, so she's borrowing the power of the sun. I feel like that's kind of like an energy. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall receive the power to break free from the bonds of any prisoner or gain freedom, which would be like a Beatrice. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. Terrifying. Yeah, there's a lot of tweaking going on. There absolutely is. Maria began reading in Hebrew. Yeah, we have to execute this child. Anyways. They slipped on funny garden storehouse bananas and just happened to die like that. And locked the door behind them. Yeah! I would simply charm them. I'm built different. Low key, you might be onto something. Maybe Beatrice just told them all to kill themselves. Kill yourself now! Also, thank you for another 2. TD Wolf, you are too generous. Also, thank you to the, wait, let me try to show this off real quick. Thank you to the, oh, wait. And then we'll get into the game. Last thing. Thank you to the people that have, done memberships on YouTube. I'm sorry again and again that, like, I don't see them with the way I have my chat set up. It's just, like, a hardware restriction, basically, with how YouTube works. But there are a couple people that are channel members. There were like a ton of people that were channel members in the original and like from the first one. So thank you for all the people that did that. I'm trying to get the current members' names here. I have to go through like 30 things. Let's see. 482 Egg, thank you. Missing Legs, thank you. And Arcadian, is this Arcadian Phoenix? And Arcadian Phoenix, thank you. Those are all people that are currently YouTube members. I'm like really bad at noticing when that happens. Also, thank you for all the people that were members and then quit being members. I appreciate it. No pressure, and I'm sorry for missing that like all the time. All right. Chat. Let's get into some Umineko action. Ew. Yeah, and there's been a lot of Umineko gifters. So thank you for all the people that have been doing that. That's been very, very nice of y'all. Okay. Char. Let's get back into it. Wait, let me where did I put my paint on at? Let's move it over here. Okay. This one. There's one thing that I almost wanted to do that I don't think I'm going to. Where I almost thought about going to the scene right before the deaths happened. Where it cut to every person and like where they were, and Nanjo was chilling in the void, because you know how Nanjo be. Like, I kind of had like half a mind to go back to that scene and kind of try to detective it out. But I don't actually... oh yeah, I'll fix the sound. I don't actually see the point, really, because I don't believe it was a person. And, like, the idea that it's a person is so difficult to reach that until we have, like, a little bit of extra stuff to work with, I feel like it's not worth going down that train of thought. Like, maybe it's all a Scooby-Doo mystery, and if it is, like, I'm down for that. But right now, it doesn't feel... like, I don't really have the mind to go down that line of thought. Okay, audio better? Woo! The build-up was so good. Yeah, no, last stream was like... dude, and the scene of George, like, crying over Shannon. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was so good. And everybody just mourning everyone. Oh man, that was so heartbreaking. I don't know why, but, like, when I think of that scene, I literally see George in my head. Like, George is who pops out, which is so depressing. I was making so much fun of the lad, and then he turned around and had, like, the most heartfelt, terrible, tragic, emotional beat, and it's like, dude, I am sorry. I was just joshing around, bro. I was just playing, bro. Like, remember that it went from... the story has gone from Battler being like, I want to rub your chest, into this. Like, man, that's not even on me, man. I was just on Battler's energy, man. And then all of a sudden, it became an entire thing. Yeah, it was written really well. The side view, yeah, the side view one is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it was brutal, bro. It was brutal and really well written. And now everybody's, like, locked in their own different ways. Minus Maria, she's locked out, but... okay. I don't remember the exact context of what's going on, so hopefully it picks up and makes sense immediately. If it doesn't, I'm gonna go back to last stream. Lock in. Lunch had ended, and the servants had removed the tableware and were now in the kitchen. I think literally the last scene was Natsui with the gun. The wind and rain had neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. It seemed that, at first, Natsui had planned not to let anyone set one foot outside the room. Oh, wait, one last thing I'll say. Before we get into it. Mods. We have... I put out a mod thing on the Discord for, like, people that want to be mods. Because we want to have, like, a good amount of mods for the Umineko streams to, like, avoid spoilers and stuff. So if that's something you're interested in, maybe join the Discord and, like, we can, you know, that could be a thing. But yeah, just throwing that out there. What have we learned? Thank you for the gift sub. Congrats to whoever got that. Oh, break. Alright, we're good. Sorry, I opened up like a menu. Thank you, what have we learned? Thank you. That's very nice of you. Okay. Now all my callouts are done. We're ready to lock in. Let me take a sip of the monster. Okay. It seemed that at first, Natsui had planned not to let anyone set 1 foot outside the room. Oh yeah, the Doom Ball strategy. I thought that was so brilliant. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized that this was impossible. But why? However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the three servants to go together. Like, we can just all go to the kitchen, dude, but I'll let it slide. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, and many of them hadn't eaten much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I bet yo ass is Beatrice, dude. Don't even talk to me. Sorry, walk in.
私は結構、カノンは
僕も結構です。お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only sound was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, these two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered. Whoa, this music. The Devil's Roulette. They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
Shannon-chanが死んじゃったなんて、未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
The Beatrice stuff kinda, I don't know. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. Well, when Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Jeez, man.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうにどうして
ただ運が悪かっただけだ少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに
Well, okay, no, but it wasn't bad luck. Wait, no, I'm about to drop a truth nuke.
お前だったのかもしれないあるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない
It wasn't bad luck, though, because it was everybody... Sorry, jump scare. It was everybody in the house that didn't have a charm. So it's not just RNG, right? Oh, wait, thank you... Okay, whoa, thank you, Cappy, for the resubscription, and then the tier 3 subscription. Yo, Cappy going crazy. Thank you, Cappy. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Wait, a tier 3, bro? What do you even get for that? Like, nothing? Sorry. I think that's on me for not having, like... Wait, do I have special emotes for that? I actually don't know. That's a W, though. Thank you, Cappy. Thank you. Give their voices a little bit more energy. But what I was saying is that it's not random, because it was everybody that was in the house, the main house. Because Shannon had gone there because she was too shy, and Goatda was the only one staying there, and then these three were in the guest house. So, and that's all remember because, what the hell? Dicky Diddy Douse? Okay, we're cooked there. But that's all because, and Kraus, that's your name. Kraus, had asked the servants to be like in a certain way. And I guess like you couldn't have known that like she would have targeted the people in the house. So like that is the luck element, but I don't want us to think that it's like just random. You know what I mean? We can see it. We can see an order to the chaos.
Genji-sama, 奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
気味の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかったということでしょうか。
And I mean, that would have been number 7, right? Depending on order. Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsui's room, and that would have been strange. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Just then, a loud, sharp noise resounded from the hall. Both of them turned around surprised. How loud and sharp?
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Oh, Battler is sus of them. Battler is standing the door to the kitchen. Oh, I bet Battler doesn't like the idea of the 3 servants being alone, so he's like, he's coming in arms folded, Giga Chat. Okay, Battler.
これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kenan-kun stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。
That was not wise of them. We gotta be doing escorts, dude.
ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら。
Oh, eavesdropper? Okay. I know you had your ear pressed up to the door, Battler.
頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。だから担当直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。
He's pulling on the right thread. He's pulling on the right thread. おとぎ
話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Kenan-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Okay!
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Kenan-kun's eyes as he continued to look away in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kenan-kun had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. There was a slight sense of resignation on his face. It looked like he didn't plan on hiding anything.
お話しすることはできます。
Yo, this is scary.
バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれません。
Battler already getting a little aggressive with
カノ
someone?
ンは躊躇しているのです。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Whoa, a little bit rude. Whoa, whoa, you don't gotta call out his manliness. You know he's probably insecure about that because he's a tween. Okay, Battler, you don't gotta, like, whoa!
どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。
Okay.
多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
After Genji-san and Kenan-kun looked at each other, they nodded as though they had decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
ああ。じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。
I like it, I like it.
俺が知ってる限りでは、ロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
Thank you.
親方様に莫
Should have
大
given
な
my
黄
prime
金
stuff to you,
を
but I
授け
forgot. You are forgiven. What chapter
長い
1?
ことおそばにお
We are
伝えし
early on. Let's see, our
実
total
在する
playtime.
方
Wait,
な
hold
の
up.
です
Total playtime 22 hours. Now, I know that may sound like I'm really far, but I go slow because I yap. She's a real person, the one who gave the master of vast amount of gold. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
はあよせやいよせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Bachan, who avoided my eyes, flustered and started washing the utensils. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Jeez. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。
Yeah,
源氏さんが
jeez.
断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい、親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっとお仕えしている方で
And
ござ
then
い
he
ま
made the
す。
mansion here for her then, yeah?
おそらく私
That
よ
all
りも
makes
長
sense.
く
Oh yeah,
お仕え
what
して
wait, who was my homunculus theory part of? Wait.
桐
Which
江さんの仮説は外れたな。
wait, who was the homunculus theory? Was it yeah. Yeah, the idea that Canon and Shannon were homunculi. Oh, I missed the homunculus theory, dude. Unlucky. Of course they had to just be orphans. So sad. I would love to have the Toho references in Umineko since I'm a Toho fan. All I know about Toho is Nien. Shout out Nien.
じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
But like
曖昧な言い
in
方
what
だな。
form?
ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たって
Yeah,
わけじ
like
ゃな
is
さ
she
そう
here
だ。
spiritually?
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、その
Kenan-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよそこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
I urged him on jokingly. However, it looked like Kenan-kun was still unsure as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa Bachan whispered. Oh,
お
here
顔
we
を見よう
go.
にも
Oh,
ベアトリ
here we
ーチェ様に
go.
はお姿がありませんから。
お姿がなんだって？
Like,
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。
I don't know, dude. I saw the painting and she low-key has a batty body. Like, there's gotta be more going on.
ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら
I see. Yeah. She can reveal it as desired. Okay, makes sense. Spiritually present, but needs to manifest.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、
Whoa,
肖
that's
像画の前
freaky.
に佇まれ
That's
ているそうな。
ベアトリーチェ様は時折
Oh,
輝く蝶
okay.
の姿
Confirmed the butterfly
身を変
connection.
えら
I'm
れ
gonna
て
write that
現れる
down.
ことがあります。万一
I don't think I have that written
お屋
down.
敷の中でお見かけした場合には
Oh, Shannon,
決
you
して
really
その後を
fumbled
追っ
that
てはならない
bag.
決まりです。
Oh no, Shannon already knew. Oh my goodness, Shannon. Shannon, you're the one that told me the ghost story of her flying around in the form of a butterfly. And then you saw a butterfly and you followed it. Oh, Shannon. Okay, Kenon is saying that don't follow the butterflies. Like, Shannon. I only know Nien because it's a big thing in my Discord server for some reason. Nien is like a staple. People like worship Nien. I don't even play Toho, and people worship Nien. It's an entire thing. Okay, there's a real absolutely mustn't chase after them.
追えば不幸があるとささやかれています。
Well,
その金を破り、大怪我をして辞めた使用人
yeah.
も実際にいます。
okay. Connecting some dots
おい
here.
おいマジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラス様 すでにベアトリーチェ
I
様
think
が
I feel
お
her
越しになって
presence,
おら
dude.
れ
I feel her presence. She's the
そ
wind.
のようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Bro, remember when I ate in front of her
その存在を疑え
portrait?
ば
You think she's mad?
必ずや不幸が降りかか
My
るでしょ
fault.
う。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることを。
Okay.
ベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
わかりませんか。
I wonder if I should like make a list of things she likes or doesn't like.
今すでに
Because like, I could see the case
こ
of
こに
like,
お越しになっております。
I could see the case of like Eva later being like, Beatrice Sama could never exist. And then like 3 seconds later, her head has been separated from her torso. You know what I mean? So like, I'm gonna write, doesn't like it when people say she doesn't exist. You know, and like keeping a track of like kind of what's going on in that realm is probably gonna be a good idea. Let's see, let me put my this detail here. Okay.
おいおいよせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. That'd be so creepy to be seeing. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally straight face that I had never known her to make. That's so scary.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
Are we... No, what's about to happen? Why are you doing that? Like, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. You cannot be in this building like this. Okay, we gotta kill her, dude. We gotta take her out, dude. There's no excuse for this type of behavior. There is no excuse for this type of behavior from Maria ever, dude. Oh. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. How did you get away from the group? How did you get away from the group? When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, but her expression, the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. It's determined at birth? What? Yo, you don't know shit about my wavelength! Man! I'm about to beat your wavelength into mine, okay? You wanna talk wavelengths? Low-key? Wait, low-key? Okay, I'm not even trolling here. She wrote, okay, the progression of the Twilights is reliant on having people to sacrifice, right? She needs to kill these 5 people. If you kill everybody before she can't do her thing. She can't do her ritual if you just murder everybody ahead of her. Now, of course, that is not a good idea because it's murdering your friends and family, but it is kind of an interesting idea that, like, oh no, like if I'm on the 7th Twilight and it's like she has to kill one more person, what if I just wipe everybody out to stop her revival? Now, of course, I think that's still a bad idea, but maybe it would like give me more time to get the gold. I'm still a little unclear on like when exactly this happens, you know? If that's like, you shall reach the home of the gold. I mean, that's probably talking about the gold. But like, how do I reach it if I'm dead? Is the gold something that only exists in the afterlife? Like, I need to find the gold physically to win your game. I hate you. I'm sorry. That's on me? I'm sorry. It's like dealing with a computer virus by eating your hard drive. Yeah, exactly. Or like you're sick with an illness and you just blow your shit schmoove off. Like, infect that. Maria's laugh sounded like she was greatly enjoying herself, yet it was extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Okay. Tell me about it, Maria.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。
1,000-year-old? That's new info,
お
no?
じい様は彼女と契約することで、後ろ見
I don't
役
think I
に
had
莫大な
1,000.
富
That's
を
actually
築いたんだ
important.
よ。
Yeah, no, I'm actually writing that down. Holy crap. We're locked down. Okay. 1,000 years old, says Maria. I'm also citing who's saying what, dude. We're
昨日
here.
私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ。あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
It's like we were friends, Maria. Like, Barra and Maria were actually friendly. Like, what's going on? What's up, Sif?
なんだよそれ。
You misspelled weeaboo, otherwise decent rage bait.
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
Okay, this, should I write down the wavelength thing? Probably not. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは
jeez,
誰
you're
だ？
asking it wrong.
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわか
And
る
like,
かな。
you know what I think pisses me off? That Maria is so confident now. Like, she previously shut down because people were asking her about the Beatrice thing and like she was getting harassed and so she shut down. But it's like, now she's the big girl on campus that her mom's dead.
見えないんだもんね。信じられない。
Final is hell on earth, unlucky, dude. Lock in chat. Just then Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ。
I don't want to hear the next line if this is the sound effect that's playing.
まだわかんない。
What? She's like right behind me? I feel her. I think I got the sixth sense. She's currently right behind me, dude.
ベアトリーチェがいるの。
She's like touching me, dude. She's touching me!
いるって。どこにさ。
だからベアトリーチェがここにいるのが。
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for some time now that the others haven't been looking in quite the right direction. I figured that everyone had just been gazing into the distance, but that wasn't the case. They're looking at Beatrice. The four here, Genji-san, Kanan-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria. Everyone except me was looking at a spot right behind me. Ah! Ah! Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な
The Cube, dude. The Cube. The Cube's game. The Cube's gambit, dude. Beatrice and the Golden Witch's epitaph and the Cube's gambit. Two sides of the same coin.
でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし話しかけられない。
Fine, I'll make a note about wavelengths. Can only talk to people on the right wavelength, says Maria. That's like 6th sense, Andy. Okay.
だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。
Well, but that doesn't mean she should kill
だ
me.
からバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に
What if we accept that she exists despite not
も
having
のすごく嫌いなんだよ。
despite not having magic? Then like that'd be kind of lit, no?
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。
No, I was sleeping in the same room as you. I was gonna be fine no matter what. Don't take responsibility. Don't take credit for that.
それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチ
Sorry,
ェ
no,
のどんな
that's actually
呪いが身に
that's
覚え
actually
て
true
いた
though.
か分か
No,
った
I actually
ものじゃ
appreciate
ない。
that. Yo, Maria, you got more of those? We should hand those out like candy.
本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
Demon child. Maybe, wait, is bullying ethically good?
あのサソリのキーホルダー。
Like, because I bet she'd be whipping out this kind of conversation in class. No wonder. And that, no, okay, bullying's bad, but like, what is, okay.
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよ。
I hate that our most powerful resource is this girl. I hate this. I hate
あれ
that.
がなかったら俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラは
Oh yeah, because the thing is, like, even if you bully her for that, she's not gonna stop doing that. She's gonna keep doing it, you know? Like, yeah, it'll just become repressed, right? But yeah, no, this girl's a problem. It doesn't, honestly, I don't care about how she's a problem, her history, her backstory of problematic behavior, her environment, how she was born, how she was raised. None of that matters. Beatrice is trying to murder my ass and turn it to grass, okay? Maria's only purpose in my entire life right now is to be my dowsing rod for 10 tons of gold. I don't care about your backstory. I care about your ability, your potential, your utility, your usefulness. Nothing else ever. Okay? And she's got hella resource for us. So we're gonna hella accept her right now.
信じる気になったでしょ。信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃。
Okay, I'm not a huge fan of her trying to take credit, but again, we just have to put up with that.
助かっていたかもしれないね。
Exactly. No, exactly. That's true. Thank you for pointing that out. I hate that you're right. What happened to the lights? Pfft. Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one didn't quite hit the mark. Oh, Battler, it's over for us.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが。
Oh, like, the protection doesn't matter if it's just swapping me with someone else? When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. Rage bait the child. Rage bait the child!
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから。
Oh, here it comes.
俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ。俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけど。
Did you not have it on you?
どっかに落っことしちまったんだ。
Hey!
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのは。
I'ma keep being sacrilegious. And what's your witch gonna do about it?
魔女さんの呪いがあって当然なのに。
Oh, yeah, Battler.
今この瞬間もピンピンして。
High level tech.
悪いが。俺は
It's gonna be your undoing and your doom, but I like the attitude.
第6巻波長魔法のセンス悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。
How do you feel about astrology, Battler?
あんたらがいくら
How do you feel about
小さな
astrology?
給料もらってるか知らねえが俺を妙な宗教に
What about crystals, Battler? What about crystals?
そう簡単にはいかねえってことはよく肝に銘じておきやがれってんだ。
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。
Yeah,
マリーが
true.
この目で見るまで。ベアトリーチェなん
I
て
think you're
うさんくさい
cooked.
ものの
I'm so
存在を
sorry.
信
I
じる
don't.
わ
I
け
think
には
you're
いかない
cooked, but I
ぜ。
love your attitude. I spoke forcefully and sharply. When I did, Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェ
Why did I write that down if it's all just eventually as she's manifesting strength? Yeah, okay.
ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしよう
That's
って
crazy.
約
What do you mean
束
promise?
して
Did
る
you
んだ
form a
よ。
contract?
疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。
What do you mean promise? Okay, so you're more than the messenger. You're like her, like she's like your imaginary friend. You're like a problem, dude. Frick. Okay. I'm like, okay. Oh my goodness. Beatrice told her they'd talk and play a lot when she revives. Okay, so she's the occultist. That's what you're telling me. Like more than, or she's the disciple. Bro, is that a Slaughter Horse 2 reference? Maria's the disciple. We just found out who the disciple is. Bro, it's actually crazy. I want to hang out with Beatrice. Yo. Unless it's in writing, it's a trick. Do not trust. She's the witch, okay? Unless you have it in writing that y'all get to hang out, you know? Don't fall for that. Don't fall for that. That's where Maria's gonna be cooked, dude. She thinks that she's the chosen one, but it's like, you're a puppet. You are a puppet. Some people usually head to the bathroom after a meal. Others prefer to take a short nap. It seemed that several people had gone out of the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Ansui's order to keep everyone packed together in the parlor was reluctantly withdrawn under the conditions that no one was to be on their own, and no one was to go far from the parlor. After all, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Now, okay, I get it, but like, if it's me, I would prefer stagnated air to us all getting murdered. But I'll let it slide, because how is a plot ever going to happen if everybody's stuck in the same room together? I get it. And also, I think it's reasonable that people wouldn't be, like, as locked in on that as me. But, like, unlucky. And now that a little time had passed, everyone has started to recover from the shock of that morning. Maybe their sense of danger was weakening over time, too. Yeah, yes, I think that is happening, and it's, like, unlucky. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So when they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would get scared of standing there isolated and would end up returning to the parlor. Like that fable, you know, the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. I get it. It's like when you're a kid is like, I'm running away from home. I hope to never see you again. And you go, good. Here's your luggage. And then the kid walks out the front door and is like, I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. Walks down the street. 180s, turns around crying. I don't want to leave. I want to come home. Yeah, I knew you would come back. I get it. I get it. People sure are hypocrites. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsui had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently waiting orders. Maria, almost though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, ew, ew. What in the world was that back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, supposedly staying behind me, invisible. But they were all staring. However, it felt like inside Maria, I could catch a glimpse of a little of that presence.
確かに、マリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日、海岸でバトラ君も見た。I stayed out in the woods until like 9 p.m. and came crying back home. You lasted longer than most do. That's actually so funny. Thank you, Jornis Lerorororo, for the farro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think, did I ever try to run away from home? If I did, I didn't make it down the street. I don't remember really if I did or not, but if I did, I barely made it anywhere.
サソリのキーホルダーの時か？いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるでその二重人格みたいな感じで。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Apparently, according to Jessica, the kee-hee-hee-hee laughing Maria shows up every now and then. This was just bad timing, and furthermore, it was the first time I'd seen it, so it really shocked me. Yeah, just bad timing, by the way.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃、自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
Right when humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period and their sense of self starts to be born, they start to gain a sense of individuality. Sure. They want to be different from other people. Yeah, yeah. But of course, they will find that they're no different from the others in their class, since they are learning the same thing in school and forced into the same lifestyle. When they realize that, they start off by breaking the rules in what's called the rebellious age. Since everyone follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. Even those who call everyone around them babies and stir up trouble are just cute kids searching for themselves when you look at them this way. Yeah, no, that's valid. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Niki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was the age where you try standing out for the opposite sex. I'm such a bad boy. True.
子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟り切ったようなことを口にして年長者ぶり。
So I think ironically the kids do got it kind of figured out in a way.
世の中甘く
I
な
feel
い。
like there's a lot to like
社会に
unlearning.
出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。
Maria though has more knowledge and experience in this field. Like we're not the smart. Like, hey battler, what do you know about the study of the occult? Nothing? You hear that? Oh, nothing. So we're not the ones with the experience. Like we're the children, and Maria is the adult when it comes to black magic. Are you starting to follow what I'm putting down here? By like this metric. And that's the problem. We need to get caught up. And we're cooked. And that's why we need to kill her. No, don't actually kill her. But you know what I mean?
子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期に、かつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが
My
一つの
special
アイデンティテ
interests.
ィになるわけか。
Yes.
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの
You
誰
get
も
to
知らな
brag
い
and be
こ
like,
と
hey,
を知っ
check
てい
this
たり
out.
持っていた
I
り
know
身
what
につけていたりする
sex
と
is.
ヒーローになれたよな。バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
Yeah.
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子
Grandpa when it
供
comes
か
to
らの
video
脱
games.
却。
Exactly.
つまり
Exactly.
成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期は、そうして没個性を脱却するために、人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも
Oh, George, we don't have time for sociology.
人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を
That
身
is
につけようとす
interesting,
る。
though. It does it like
これにより
enforces diversity.
社会は幅
Yeah.
広い技術を獲得して
That's a cool
脱却する
idea, actually. I'll let it
神々
slide.
の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
Yeah.
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
That was actually me. It was only recently that I'd finally been able to feel thankful towards that middle school teacher who had slapped me after school. Okay.
でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜって
So there you go. That
マラ
was
ソ
your
ンで全力疾
diversifying.
走とかそういう気持ちはあったな。
That's cool.
勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。
Culture,
ちゃん
counterculture.
と成長期してるな俺。
But maybe true individuality
やっ
is
ぱり肉体
devoid
的な
of
方面に
culture.
関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラーのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ？
あったあった。人の星座とか
I
血
feel
液
your
型とか
aura.
聞いてきて
I'm feeling your
あ
aura.
やっぱりクスクス とか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、それは
Yeah, what about the dark triad, bro? I'm so Machiavellian, dude. Well, it's actually true. I mean, like, there's a lot of that's something you can see in like comment sections a lot of the time. Where like, have you ever seen like a 10-year-old be like, I've studied dark psychology. I'm already so ahead of my peers. It's like exactly that. Or like, what's the one word for like the archetype of like, is it like Chuni or something? I don't know. Where it's like the middle school girl that wears the eye patch, and it's like, this is how I seal the dark energy within me, you know? Like, all of that kind of stuff. That's like exactly what they're talking about. Dark mango psychology. I understand everybody so well. When you insult people, they get mad. And when you tell people good things about them, they like you more. I've really got this whole psychology thing figured out. Like, dude, shut up. Chunny Bio. Yeah. Like, yeah, that guy, Ayono Koji or whatever. That's the only thing I can think of when you're saying that, by the way, is the gif that people keep posting in the Discord of Saikuno in like that guy's clothes, if I'm thinking of the right thing. You guys know what I'm talking about at all? The like not enough XP sticker. Sorry, alright, let's focus on Umineko. Let's focus on Umineko. Alright.
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶった
Really
り
lead
して
to not
大人
feeling
に反
pain.
抗を始めるのと全く同じに
Find another kid. I'm not even human, dude. I'm a brick wall. I like punching metal for fun. Like that kind of energy, bro. Charo. Chunibyo. Trying to think, did I have a phase like that? I think my phase was always just like shock humor. I was a shock humor Andy, and that's honestly, it's never left, right? Like, that's probably in like that age, like late elementary school. I would like say things that were like rancid or insane in order to like shock humor my friends. Yeah. Usually things in like a disgusting or like sexual or perverted nature, but like nothing too crazy because I didn't know that much. I was just in elementary school, but like, you know, that kind of thing. It was definitely my min-maxing.
女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
Some kid being the reincarnation of a spiritual being.
マリアがオカルトに関心を
Avatar the
持
Last
つのは
Airbender.
年
That
頃
is
の
so
女の子と
funny.
してはそう珍しくもないってことか。
You basically wanted a reaction out of people. True. Try to think, and then like, yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Even if you accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Well, I think I can accept it vaguely.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だから、それを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで、子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ？ほら、あれだよ。
What? Shonen protagonist
前世
energy?
の記憶が蘇ってとか。
Oh, okay. Never would have guessed
偉
that.
大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
My past lives.
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか。
It all makes
封印
sense.
されていた能力やら記
I've
憶
been
や
here
らが
before.
戻ったりと
I already know how to fight.
どういう
I already know your moves before you know
そういうの
them.
がやたらと流行るもんさ。
I actually never had
どうしてだな？
this. I don't think I ever had this.
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。
Oh
9
yeah,
歳
and like,
の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑
yeah,
依し
no,
ている
that's,
と言い
I
出せ
see
ば
it. I see the idea.
1009歳
Yeah, and
のアイ
that's
デ
why
ンティ
like
ティが得られるわ
a
け
lot
だ。
of the like content I put out, I like say unhinged stuff all the time. And it's just a repeat of what I used to do as a kid. Like, honestly, if you really think about it, you can see the through line, you know? So it's like a weird habit that's like really deep in me. Even so, like, I don't know, like, I feel like it's not bad because I do like the humor. But there are times that I'll like say something unhinged and I'll be like, what am I even doing? Like, this isn't even funny. I just like, it's just a repeat. My past life as a shitty copper merchant in ancient Ur. Yo, do not defame my boy. What's that guy's name? Wait, do not defame my boy. Ian Nasir, dude. Hey, my past life was Ian Nasir, dude. I don't want to hear no Ian Nasir slander in this chat. For context. Okay, this is this guy. Don't worry about the header, but it's that guy. Ian Nasir, my goat, bro. Ian Nasir, my goat.
Ma, つまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい。ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So you can brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想
Dude, I loved being a kid. Even as a kid, I wanted to stay a kid forever. I never wanted to like grow
別人
up.
格として形成されることが少なくない。バトラ君だ
I
っ
was having a
て
great time.
家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないか
It
な。
was always like so sad for me whenever we would like move to the next grade. I was like, frick, I liked the last one, dude. I wanted to stay in there longer.
多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で家の自分は
though
本来の姿
I've thought about this a lot. That like idea of like a true self or whatever. I try to just say that it's all true. Or that like there is truth in the projection. Like, cause this makes it sound like that like the you at school isn't real, but the you at home is real. Because of like the use of true. And so it's like, and I don't know, I don't like the idea of calling any part of your how you act not true, right? Because this implies that you at school is not true in comparison to you at home. But I feel like it's gotta all be true, or it's gotta none be true. Like, it's who you are, it's what you do. And of course you're gonna do different things in different environments, but that doesn't mean that like, there's not like a true environment. Like every part of life is environmental and is reactionary, you know? And so it's like, it's not like there's ever a time when you're in a vacuum and then that's the true self. Like, no, you're just going to be different in different environments, but you're always going to be you. Like, that's the thing that stays the same. You know what I mean? I'm always fake. The real me was killed off years ago when the parasite running this host body took over. No. The real, no. You're still real. No, I lost it. I don't know how to play with the parasite gimmick here. But yeah, I try to say, like, well, the reason that, like, my way that I've engaged with this topic is, like, me on stream versus me off stream, or, like, me on, when recording versus me not recording. I act dramatically differently, right? I'm a very different acting person if I'm, like, in bed scrolling on Instagram versus, like, here playing Umineko. Like, I act completely differently. I'll say different things. You know, whatever. It feels differently. It's like a, you know, it almost feels like I'm a different person entirely. But like, so I don't want to posit one above the other, you know? I try to just, yeah, it's very Hanakawa coded, true. I try to just take them all as like themselves, like 100%. Now, of course, you can still like lie to yourself. Like there's still like you can still be like genuine or not genuine or whatever. Like there's a lot more complexity there. But, like, even if you're lying to yourself, lies are always going to be based on truth, because by lying to yourself, you're doing that for a reason, and whatever reason that is a truth about you. So there's always, like, a connection, if that makes sense. The question is if you're unhappy with one of those personas. Yeah, I think that's a great question to ask. That is a very good question to ask. And then you want to, like, figure out why you're unhappy about it and, like, adjust it. But to say that it's, like, not true, like, really throws me off. Yeah. Or maybe none of it's real. It's either all real or none of it's real. Does that make sense?
人格の多重化は
like changing my character for different situations. Like, exactly, dude. Or like, dude, really short tangent, not a 2-hour tangent, trust. Where does Gyub fit in? True. Like, so I was reading about tulpas the other day, right? And they're like, low-key, the way that my mental sphere operates, I've gone through like a lot of different operations where like my default brain state of like my day-to-day, like how I normally am, is like dramatically different. So like in recent year or whatever, it's been a lot quieter and like chiller. And there's not like that many like actions or it's not very loud and it doesn't like speak very much. Like my mental dialogue, my internal dialogue, it's still like going, but I've gotten like a more of a hold on it. But I used to like, there was a period in my life where I like couldn't control it and it was like completely running on its own. And I also like thought I was it. And then B, there were multiple voices and they would argue with each other. Like, and it's like, I'm not trying to like come across as like unique or cool or like edgy or whatever, but it literally was like, it was such a strange and weird experience where I had like 3 voices in my head. It'd be like 2 voices arguing, and then there would be like a music track playing, and I would be like seeing my like visuals, because I like I can like mental image stuff, you know? And so it'd just be like really overwhelming to even exist, because there's just so much shit happening all the time. And like interestingly, like the different voices, whenever they would like show up, there were like only 3 of them that were like consistent. But there were different angles. If that makes sense. So like one was like here, one was here, and one was like over here. And so whenever they would talk, I would see the angles like dancing around. My point being, that was a period of my life that like feels so dramatically differently than like me right now, where I don't have any of that going on right now, you know? I'm just like me, I'm just doing my thing, I'm just feeling my energy, and it's not, they're not like, but like, yeah, but like what, was like that version of me like not true and this version of me is true? Like, I don't think so, you know? I think it's, I like to just say that's just who I was at that time, and this is who I am at this time. I think you did talk about it in a Higurashi stream. Yeah, I probably did. So yeah, that was something I've been like thinking about. I just try to like take them all in, you know? What's in my pocket? Oh, an old shopping list. Salt, dishwater soap, ketchup, onions, carrots, celery, rice, plain Greek yogurt, brown sugar, heavy cream, ramen, bread, deli meat, bagels, canned diced tomatoes, tomato paste, and cat litter. Who you are in the moment is the true you. Yeah, I'm cool with that. But yeah, so in the case of Maria, like, that is Maria, right? Like, Maria is this kid who is putting on this occult performance, but that's still Maria. Like, the occult actions she's taking are still her. They're not like some separate thing that are like not true to her or whatever. Like, it's still her.
男子にもいるだろう。切れたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。あれ、本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて痛いよな。
つまり
If you can't take the yap heat, then I recommend you to enter the VOD kitchen, because then you can go skip. It's your power. It's your choice.
それほど珍しいものじゃないと。
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。それをバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴。
Ow, don't say that right now! Okay, you can't say that when he literally was trying to get married to Shannon, who died this morning, Battler. She died this morning, she had half of her face ripped off. Battler! Is he gonna react to that? Oh no, he's pivoting, he's pivoting. Good pivot, Battler, but like, oh my goodness, blunder. Cuts to Jessica. Okay, dodged. Jeez, Battler. Oh, I could tell. I saw her WWEing her child.
クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり。
Yeah, and obviously that didn't get rid of it. It just caused her to like get more into it on her own, you know.
だからマリアもローザおばさんの会う時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
Maybe it was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. That thing that had happened back there. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to have another side to herself that wasn't infantile, she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. In the beginning, I had found that very disturbing. But after George Aniki's lecture, I felt like this was a path that everyone walked down at one time or another. I simply hope to not die before the end of this Let's Play. I think that we'll finish it in between a pregnancy to a year. I think probably a year. I think 1 calendar year and then we'll be finished. That's my guesstimate. Because Higurashi took a pregnancy, and so I'm adding 3 months, which is like a lot of time. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. Hell yeah. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we would chant, EDF! EDF! Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ew-ew-ing, and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch that she admired and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But there wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. Yeah. Yeah, Battler. Totally natural for a girl her age. IDF. Battler was part of the IDF. Jesus. I'll go get pregnant right now and we'll see if you're right. That's a good idea. I should force chatter. Force is crazy. I should politely request chatters to get pregnant to start timers. That's a good idea. Honestly, we should get rid of the calendar system and just have like recurring pregnancies. So I'm thinking like, instead of having a yearly calendar, we just have one person that gets pregnant and then it's broadcast on TV. And that's how we track time. I calmed down a little. I'd started to recover from the shock of my bizarre experience in the kitchen. How I feel after talking about calendar-based pregnancies. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still have been frightened by the idea that an invisible witch was standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation of what happened back there? This wind is freaking me out, dude. If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle fantasies of a growing girl, but it was 3 of them. But Genji-san, Kanan-kun, and Kumasawa Bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They had suddenly accepted that Beatrice exists. CGs are console port editions. It is what it is, dude. It is what it is. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. That demon child. You called her demon child! To be demon child's advocate. Demon child is your own verbiage! Ah! Auntie Eva had claimed that no 19th person exists. Saying that someone within the family had committed the crime in connection with their messy quarrel. On the other hand, Aunt Natsue had claimed that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. That meant that she was denying that the crime had been committed by one of us and accepting that a 19th person exists. Umineko stream is single-handedly reversing the population decline. Holy peak. And then, dude, everybody been getting pregnant to the Umineko streams, dude. If you're not pregnant or have gotten somebody pregnant within the span of this stream, I am calling on you, okay? And I'm going to ask you to stay after class, and we're going to have a harsh discussion, and we're going to call your mom and your dad. Or your guardian. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had agreed that a 19th person exists, but according to them, this 19th person isn't human. Yes. They had said that it was an invisible witch plotting something mysterious. That's where I'm at. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit a human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of the possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous one about the witch. Oh, I thought we were going to break the screen. Only nearby man is my cat. Okay, wow, that's a okay, chat, okay, lock in. Don't take it, don't take the bait, don't take the bait, lock in, don't take the bait. Gay ass cannot get or make a girl pregnant, my bad. I would allow you to make an exception for adopting.
この屋敷じゃ
I would accept adoption as a replacement for getting pregnant or impregnating.
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな階段だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじい様がベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
WM Preg. Jessica puffed out air in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を
I think you're coping in wrong, but I'll let it
ほら
slide.
神様の存在を認める
Wow,
ような
really?
そんな雰囲気だよ。
Fake believers?
実際にはいないことを知っててもそれを
Wow,
口に
she's
して
saying
否定したらヤコみたいな空気だな。
like religion larpers.
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ。やっぱり雇い主のじい様がいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか。
さあ詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間ではベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。ほら昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ。
Rest in peace.
夜見回りをしている時不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
She had said something like that, hadn't she? Back then I didn't give it much thought, assuming she was just going along with the displeased Maria. But now that I think about it, she did say that, and completely seriously. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji-san and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
Yeah, get full-on flashbacks. Kind of crazy, actually. That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had been told just now.
でも怯えること
They're
は
just doing
ないです
anything to
よ。
replay Shannon's voice
ベア
because
ト
they
リーチ
miss
ェ
her
様
too.
は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を
No,
持ってい
but
れば
how does that line up with like
決して悪い
following
こ
her
とはしないの
butterfly?
だそうです。
Like you were
た
wrong.
だし敬意を持たない
Because
と
I
恐ろ
bet
しいんだからね。
following her butterfly she did in a reverent way, but it still went wrong. You know what I mean?
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落
Unless
ち
like
て
Beatrice makes it clear that following the butterflies is a bad idea.
ベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
I'm getting two different stories. Like, was it that I'm getting two different stories here. Shannon's saying that the person quit because they got injured because they were speaking badly of Beatrice, but I think Kanon and Genji said that the person got injured because they followed the butterfly. So is it the butterfly or is it speaking badly? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna write both down. I think it's fine. But you know what I mean? Like, we're getting some different perspectives, and so no wonder Shannon got her booty smacked. You know, got killed. Sorry. George, get out of my flashback. You are right here in the room. Yeah, true. You get out of here. I'm trying to talk to Shannon right now.
つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在はお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性がある。
Shout out Inari and the Kitsune. Isn't a Kitsune like a kitty? Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You see it a lot even in residential areas, such as when somebody is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that's just a big waste of time and money, but the workers say that a big accident will occur if they don't do it, so they apparently never neglect the procedure. And I mean, there's like a degree that placebo effect might be a move, right? You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there would be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport and had to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, all of the workers were suddenly taken out by some mysterious fever. Even in modern cities like Tokyo. Hey, so Battler, what do you think might happen if the little, like, special thing, I forget what it's called, the Tori, I think it was a Tori, if the Tori gets, like, struck by lightning or whatever happened, as we're, like, boating up to the island. Missing Tori, apparently lightning striked. Yeah, we're cooked. It isn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this isn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how people baptize babies. If I remember correctly by the Christian doctrine, unbaptized souls, though their sin is the lightest, still fulfill the conditions for going to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if a parent can prevent their child from going to hell with just that little effort, they'll happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could say that it's a passive acceptance of the supernatural. Maybe the only difference on this island was that Beatrice was the name that was respected here. Yeah, and not like Jesus Christ, because homeboy Kinzo was very verbal against the sword.
この島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起こればそれはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか
Just, yeah, replacement for like the work of God. That's kind of fun.
シャノンちゃんが言ってた気がするなちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか消したはずの明かりがついていたりつけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとかんで確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だって
Imagine being Beatrice and using your witch powers to do stuff like that.
普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところがこの島ではベアトリーチェが
My atheist ass doesn't believe in Beatrice. Yo, Battler, I need you to lock in.
くだらない話さ
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからねそれだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ学校の七不思議なんかのようにね The seven mysteries at school? I've not... Okay. Oh! Drop some flipping of the chessboard.
この島では人間にはできないことは
Which is a convenient excuse if you want to do something and blame someone else. Okay.
人間にはできないこと人間は何人だ18人だ
Okay, wait, you know what'd be really funny?
この島のルールにのっとって
What if...
この事件は魔女の仕業だと
Guys, I'm gonna flip the chessboard. I'm gonna flip the chessboard. What if we... Okay, there might be a false dichotomy occurring, okay? Where right now, we have two different yes or no questions that Battler has been working with. Is there a 19th person or not? And are they a human or a ghost? If so, right? What if the question of a 19th person is itself a trick, you know? And in reality, there's like 39 people. There's like 20 people living in the woods that Kinzo has hired or just are there. They're just chilling in the woods. And they all sprinted into the mansion at like Mach 7, giga jumped everybody that was in the dining hall, beat them all, and then left. Right? Because I'm thinking to myself, wow, it's really hard to imagine anybody in our group being able to do that. Or just any single person being able to kill 6 people in one night, win all these fights like 1v4, and carry them all there and do all that work. That just seems like a lot of work. So what if it's like 30 people and they all came in, doon, and made things happen? Call that chessboard flipped. Sweet. Okay, lock him. Area 51 raid on Rakanjima. Exactly. Yeah, and so it's like, what if it's not a 19th person? What if there's like 30 people? That'd just be so funny. I mean, it's just completely unexpected. I feel like I'm gonna write that down. In my... This layer, I guess, is where I'm doing it all. Is there a 19th person? What if there are like 30 people? LMAO. False dichotomy, I see through you. The 31 golden goons of Rokkenjima. Now flip the chessboard again. I'm in checkmate. Oh, man. We're already checkmated. That's the true chessboard tech. I'm gonna be so honest. Beatrice got us in checkmate, dude. Well, no, but that actually can't be true because Beatrice requires an element of risk for her magic, so we cannot be in checkmate.
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
ああ。だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたりあるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたりどいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ？内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
まあね。
つまり不可視の19人目が実
I
在した。
appreciate that Battler is actually like talking to George about that instead of just letting it like Eva do all this fear mongering without talking about it.
そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
I like that line.
疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ。
Yeah, like it's to have it, the timing be done in such a way that a human could have done it and that there are suspicious humans means that you're not being manifested into reality. But this could just be step one. I mean, just because you're a witch doesn't mean that you're like omnipotent, right? And it was a pretty insane 6-in-1 kill. So like, if every night more killings happen and like they are more and more infeasible for a human to do, then she'll just like be bringing herself to life and reviving in that way.
だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜。
Like, ooh, are you saying you should kill him in the day when everyone has an alibi and that then it's crazy?
19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもあるにもかかわらず。
Yeah, I like the idea he's pushing at.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白にもかかわらずマリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り
They probably just like that though. They're a freak, dude. It's a game. It's an intellectual game for them. Or Beatrice wants us to think it's one of the 18 because she likes trolling. And the letter was all about an intellectual game. You know what I mean, man?
まだお袋の屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラーはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めさせようとしている。そうさ。昨べのあの手紙からもう事件は始まっている。
Yeah, a minuscule amount of trolling. Yeah, and Maria's having fun.
チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
ぶっ飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
でも無視できない
As Keiichi Miyabaru's mom once said.
19人目がいるかいないかは別にしてもその犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて、
What do you got for me,
少しだけ
George?
気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
気持ち悪いことって？
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。 そしてリシとは後ろ宮家のすべてだと言
I've
った。
interpreted that to be like everyone's lives. Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous
言って
night.
たぜ。確かに言ってた。そしてリシの回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
おじい様は黄金を授かり、後ろ宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてがリシだってベアトリーチェは言ってい
Which
る。
would be all of our lives?
つまり
Come on.
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか
Like, and so the 6 of them. Oh, well, but what about the I guess that would also include the servants, because the servants are like employed. Well, but it's more. It has to be more than that because the servants, and so the servants being employed counts as interest is crazy because Shannon got killed, you know, and Gengo got killed. What's his name? Gotja. The problem is my actual in-brain remembering of his name is Gotja. I actually don't know his real name. I think it's Gotja now. Gotja? Gendo? Ikori Gendo? Genji, and Gotja. But yeah, Gotja dying, like, Gota was literally just employed, so it's more than grandfather's blood. That's my point.
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、
Gota.
この殺人は
Gotja.
ベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。となれば、この事件はまだ
And like the
続く。
furniture thing is kind of like
利子
part
の
of
回
that,
収
right?
はまだ途中なんだからね。
Wait, the collection of interest is halfway completed, yes. George turned around looking over the parlor. There were so many people who held the name Oshiromiya. And we knew that since Goda-san and Shonen-chan had been killed, not even the servants who didn't bear the name Oshiromiya would be spared. That's what I'm saying. Oh, like Gouda cheese. Gouda.
全員を殺すつもりかよ。
Gouda.
でもおかしいよジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
Come
特別
on.
条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、利子
They're
の
so
権利は
close.
失わ
That's
れ
like half. That's half the
そして
epitaph.
手紙の最後には
They need the
こう結ばれ
epitaph,
ていた
dude.
はずだよ。おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
ジーザス。ようや
Jesus.
く犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじい様のあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがる。
Yes, the epitaph. Yes.
しかもぼやぼやしてれば。
But that also could just be a way to get us out of the house and be more able to be killed. That's like the smart thing about it. Is if they didn't want, like, that would be a good way to make everybody start turning on each other and like making plays that they would be isolated and thus easier to target. If you were trying to do like the this is a mundane series of murders. I realized that this was all based on several crazy guesses, but not everything that happens in this world is joined together in a perfect line. Most unknown phenomena are nothing but individual points. By joining them together into lines, we deepen our understanding. The closer together the points at the ends of those lines are, the more logical it is and the easier to understand. And the farther away they are, the more it lacks those qualities. That is why we use a distance analogy and call such theories way out there, dude. However, if you can only join up to a small limited distance away, we call having a limited imagination. Is imagination different from reasoning? Was I just trying to force everything that I knew about the case to fit my simple imagination? No, that's not it. When you're searching around with your hands in the dark, that search is imagination. I'd agree with that. I like that. Only imagination can find the 2 points you should connect together. And connecting them is reason. Yeah. Reasoning is nothing more than the action of drawing the line between them. Oh, drawing the line between them, you say, is reasoning? Well, call me rather reasonable. Okay, like him. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I was doing, it might be out there, but it shouldn't be wrong either. Only the power of imagination can pull out a clue from the darkness. And the power of reasoning ties those clues together. You are talking to the expert, dude. And it's a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak point and striking. It's alright if it's crazy. Find the weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Now was the time to find the points that we could tie together later. That's like, it's almost a good meta message, because that's what we should be doing as the audience. Or at least me as the blind audience. Most of y'all's asses probably already know what's happening. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person exists, and announced the theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi looked like he was really interested, but Aunt Natsui thought it was ridiculous. Natsui, baby girl.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。その動機はなかなか線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
おお、ベアトリーチェはいる。おお。
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she had been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. Agreed. If I took it lightly, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. Just give me some Neon energy, dude. Whoa, but she's saying this when she knows it exists. Because remember, she was shown the gold by Kraus? Or like one bar of it. So that's kind of crazy. She has like some proof it exists. But she's still like maintaining it doesn't exist, but is also saying that it's a reasonable line of thought because of, you know, through this second half. That's cool. Is that even true? I don't think that's really true. I mean, it's just Kraus. But then the higher, like Eva... Oh, I guess Eva's a woman. And Rudolph's a man, so kind of. But like, only kind of. Yo, Nanjo, what are you doing on my screen, my sweet little Nanjo? I wish I could give you a kiss. Yeah, that's kinda true. That's actually kind of a good point, Frick. Frick, what's up, Zoe?
それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
確かにその通りや。もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
Live Nanjo reaction. Nanjo on a boat reaction.
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。今日まで様々な
Natsui is number one Kinzo Glazer because he was nice to her. No, she actually switches up so crazy. Jessica glazes him too? Oh, I guess in that context, sure. Yeah. Sure.
Jessica.
Bro! She's adding on to your stuff! Oh, come on, be nice to your daughter. Look, come on. Like, I guess the word you're not supposed to swear. You're supposed to say it more nicely. Come on, be nicer to your daughter. Give her a hug. Oh my goodness, I need them to reconnect more. What? I couldn't hesitate. A crazy idea is like a bow and arrow. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon that can strike enemies from afar. Shot in the dark. Research shows that people who have died in battles were killed by wounds from arrows. Most people were killed from arrows. In a battle, you don't shoot off just one arrow. You shoot off a whole bunch of arrows at once and assault the enemy soldiers with a wall of them. Okay. So shoot them over and over. Yes! Assault the truth with a wall. I agree with that. I think that's reasonable. Though, yeah, I was actually going there. Because it's notable that Kinzo's still missing. So, like, there is a world that the 6 people were killed for whatever reason. But, like, the entire point was to make Kinzo leave his shelter and then kidnap him. Or something. Like, what if Kinzo is currently tied up in the forest getting tortured, being like, where's the gold, buddy? Where's the gold? You know what I mean? In other words, these murders were a threat directed at grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. Ooh, and that, too. And he like, didn't tell them on the first night, so they killed 6, and we're like, we're gonna keep killing them. But also, like, dude, what, they predicted the weather, that, like, the boats would be shut down? Like, that's the crazy element, man. They can't do that, bro. They can't do that, bro. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, explain grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit had attacked grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 bodies were left in, he would definitely have been displayed somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still hadn't found him. Did that mean that grandfather had been kidnapped and was being held somewhere? Yeah, that's reasonable. I like that line. Good line, good line. Eva giggling at the thought. Actually, unironic psychopath.
お父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されて。
Dude, you know what's the crazy? I'm about to make the craziest call.
その話のどこが面白いのか。
Natsui.
理解に苦しみます。
Natsui with the rifle. This is all just an episode of regular show. All right, this is all an episode of regular show. Dude, in the house, the episode of regular show, season 3, episode 4. Yeah, no, it's this one, dude. Okay, you have to understand. I'm about to make the craziest call. Images. Right, where it's, has anybody am I about to spoil it? I'm about to spoil this episode of regular show. I don't even give a frick, okay? So you've been warned, right? In the episode of regular show, they make like a wizard mad or something, and then Rigby gets turned into a house, and then everybody's in the house, and they start getting picked off one by one, and like murdered one by one. Like, this is Mordecai, okay? Like, this is live Shannon POV. Shannon is Mordecai. And then, oh, no. This is Kraus? Dude, this is Kraus? And then guess who Natsui is? Muscle Man with the shotgun. Unironic. Like, there is a sequence where Muscle Man is tweaking with the shotgun. And every time I see Natsui holding the rifle, I think of Muscle Man with the shotgun. I'm not even trolling. I'm not even trolling. And instead of a wizard, it's the Golden Witch. Like, I'm telling you, dude, this is a regular show episode. Unironically. Aunt Natsui threatened her, but Auntie Eva just smiled calmly. I know exactly what you were talking about. Dude, that episode made me freak out as a child. That was the scariest episode.
ほぼ間違いないと思います。それを思えば、バトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。
What?
そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのか。
She said, "Shut up, lock in."
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
Natsui, right?
多分私でしょう。今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いして。
Oh, so he was alive this morning, though. That's crazy.
書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。
So he would have had to leave himself because she had the only key that Genji had previously, and he would have locked the door behind him. So unless there was like some other element like the window, like it was a locked room.
Genji, これは返しておきます。
Natsui pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji-san. Unless Natsui was in on it, of course. Looking at the key, Auntie Eva giggled. That's crazy. Noodle Fricker, thank you for the farro. Don't ask what this person does with the noodles.
どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。
What kind of noodle would be best, though? Like, is it like a pile of noodles or like one really big noodle?
何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
何のお話でしょうか。
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ。その定義の確認をしたいの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。あとは窓？他に出入り口は？
Good questions.
ありません。中に入るには入り口。
And it was a locked room, so he would have had to exit.
間違いなくね。
Right.
秘密の隠し扉なんか
Great
があ
question.
ったりはしないのね。
Pile. Thank you, Noodle. Thank you, Noodle.
お父様が不在である以上、後ろ宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後ろ宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。
I appreciate this actually. This is important knowledge. And I do think that there are secret places in this mansion. Oh, Natsui looked a little offended at the part about highest ranked family member. But she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. Good play, Natsui. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと
Dude, wait, look at the asymmetry of her. I haven't noticed this.
隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話はすべて水の泡。
One glove of hers goes up to like a little past her wrist, and the other glove of hers goes up to mid-arm. And it's probably like partially that her one-winged eagle tattoo doesn't get covered up, but also it's interesting that like this one could be matching, but it's asymmetrical. It's kind of a cool design decision. And of course, like the ring here, she doesn't have a ring on the other hand. Very interesting. And the buckle, yeah, very asymmetrical. All right, lock in. Auntie Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsui.
母さん、何の話？
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。
Second time in a row. Wow. I actually agree with Eva right here. Nobody else should interrupt to keep the pressure on the servants. That's very smart of her. You don't want to get sidetracked and then like lose the pressure. You know what I mean?
知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは
Okay.
親方様の書斎にはありません。
間違いなく片翼の場所を許されたカノン君。
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も
Oh, she
聞い
is
たこと
sweating
がありま
bullets.
せんよ。
What's up, Watts? How you doing,
お
Watts?
父様と親交の深い
We are deep in a
南條
visual novel,
先生は
Umineko, right now, Rudy.
私もそんなものは
Hope you're
聞
doing
いたこ
good.
とがありませんな。
Dude, the thing is, everybody's saying that there's no secret door. There's gotta be a secret door. I don't know if it's in that room specifically, but there's gotta be a secret door somewhere. Oh wait, the weekly hydrate just went off? Talk about it. There's gotta be in there somewhere, dude. Or like somewhere in this mansion. It's too big of a mansion to not have secret doors. There is absolutely no way that this is just a normal mansion. This guy's a freak.
結構
Ooh, that's a good point. The one-winged eagle is asymmetrical, so for her design to be asymmetrical is a good parallel. Nice. Yeah, I like that thought. She absolutely would be repping that.
じゃあいい？話を始めるわよ。
Oh, he was about to start tearing him
とっても
apart,
シンプル
dude.
な話なの。
You're gonna blame Natsui, right? I mean, she's the last one that saw him. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Auntie Eva was so proudly starting to talk about. Auntie Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she was about to reveal a secret that only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは
You want to see the
夏姫
chart?
さんよね。
I'll peek the
詳し
chart
い
real
時
quick.
間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。
This is what we got so far. For our information chart, bro. A lot of questions, a lot of analysis, a lot going on. Shout out George of the Jungle. Shout out Rosa. Rip in peace, Rosa.
姉さん、
Suspicious scent starts playing.
私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところ
Did
に
Eva
出くわ
see
し
him
た
when
わ
that
よ
happened, though?
ね。
ええ、覚えています。それが何だというのですか？
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書
He
斎
got
を
sick,
訪れ
unlucky
たのは兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。
Right, and he
そ
was
れを
gone.
報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして
Dude, what is she building to? This is driving me crazy.
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
Wait, what? I don't remember the trash. I don't remember. I don't remember whatever she's talking about. What are we talking about? Okay, was this? Did Eva set like traps? Or did Eva pull a small bag of candy out of her handbag?
Oh,
She's doing some play here.
でも母さん、そのレシート
No, you just gave her the craziest layup. She's about to slam dunk on Natsui, dude. Oh my goodness, third in a row. Poor George. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Somehow it seemed that he understood what Auntie Eva was getting at. What did you predict? No, you did set a trap. This was a trap. But what was the trap? I don't. Okay. Yes. Okay, and so you could tell he left. That means he left afterwards, right? Wait, okay. And then was it there when she came back? This is smart. This is a high-level tech. So she put this receipt. Oh no, but wait, what? But Eva grabbed it? Or Natsui grabbed it? I ran into you as you were coming out of the study. Yes, I remember. The next time, we went up there and he wasn't there. At that time when you went to enter Father's study, you noticed anything? You're talking about you picked up some trash. So I think the second time they went up there, the receipt was on the ground, which means that somebody had opened the door in between that time, which means that either Natsui had entered the door because she has the only key and like let somebody in to get him, or he had purposely left on his own, which is very unlikely in their minds because they all think that he's a recluse that's never leaving their room. And so she's about to slam dunk on Natsui, but the problem is that I know my girl Natsui is innocent! Oh wait, did I have it flipped? Wait, lock in? Wait, you're saying that nobody, wait, so nobody, it was still there? Wait, oh, so it was on the, it wasn't on the floor. Frick, oh, it was back, it was still in the door, which means, whoa, so what, secret door? Wait, what? Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what it meant. But she realized that whatever it was placing some kind of suspicion on her own mother. Wait, this is crazy, crazy tag. Okay. True, true. And you're saying it was in the same spot, Eva? Okay. What's the slam dunk you're going for then? I don't think I understand your slam dunk. Oh, so you're saying that he wasn't there the first time? That she like entered an empty room and said he was in there maybe? Because you gotta think about it right. It was there. There's no other exits. Oh, frick, that's even worse. So she's saying that the receipt was in the door, it would have fallen, but nobody had entered the door in between that span. The door had not been opened in between the first visit and the second visit, which means that, if the door hadn't been opened between the first and second visit, and Kinzo was supposedly there the first time but gone the second time, then how could that have happened? Because for him to leave, he would have had to use the door, which would have dropped the receipt. And so since that didn't happen, that means he didn't leave, but he's not there. It doesn't make sense. That means someone's lying, and she's going to be saying that Natsui's lying, and he wasn't even here the first time. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's how they're cooking right now. I don't know if I'd use the word pray when 6 people are dead, but... Yeah, that's actually kind of a big deal. I don't know or care, Giga Chad. She said, stop the pivot, stop the pivot. Bring it back. After you checked that he was in his room until we made sure he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. Yikes. Yep. So there has to either be another way out or there's a liar. The window and a trampoline. Think about it.
お父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や？
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった。
What sucks though is that we know from Natsui's, because we were with Natsui when she had the conversation with Kinzo, right? Because that was in the morning, right before he disappeared. That wasn't last night, right? That was in the morning. She woke up. There was the nasty message. Oh frick! My timeline in my head's actually not great. I think that was in the morning, so we know that he was actually in there, which makes it all the more mysterious. Genji did? Oh, you mean after that? Okay, yeah.
はい。僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。
Oh my goodness, this is
だがな、
intense.
夏日姉さん。不在だった書斎は窓も扉もすべて閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのかわかりません。
Nanjo, 6 people are dead. And people are throwing suspicions around. Nanjo, get caught up. Okay, yes, we're at the right conclusion right now. Thank you, Jessica. Do not to me. Now is not the time to get mad. Your daughter's defending you. All at once, everything became confused. From across the parlor table, Auntie Eva and Aunt Natsui confronted each other, while George and Iki confronted Jessica. What the hell is going on? Oh, brother. He no-clipped. No-clipped into the Beatrice room.
私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な
Eva could also be lying. No, she couldn't, because the receipt is, she has too much going for the receipt.
はどうやれば結べるのかしら
Auntie Eva urged everyone to work their imaginations. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know what other point I could draw a line towards. The answer Auntie Eva was hoping for was that Aunt Natsui had lied to make it seem as if grandfather had been in that room that morning. What would that even accomplish? And Auntie Eva's mere whim had exposed that? Yeah, like what would that even accomplish? True?
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん。お父様の在室を偽る価値が
Yeah, break this down for me, Eva. Break this down. I don't really understand, I think, the reasoning here. Tell me about it. I love a good detective novel.
生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
Okay, so you're saying that that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Because, like, we would assume that he was yoinked in the night, unless she lied and said that he was there in the morning, in which case we would have to assume that he was yoinked after that point. And so, let's say she did the yoinking, and then she convinced everybody that the yoinking was later, then it, like, she can make herself have an alibi later, which covers her own tracks. That's genius. High-level techniques. Very high-level techniques. Not what's happening. Exactly. I follow now. Okay. High-level techniques. Dude, this is a high difficulty VN. This shit's intense. Lock on. High difficulty reading, dude. This morning when Aunt Natsui went to check that grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at that time. And she moved the body to some location and disguised it to make it seem like he had just been killed there. And then she could stay with everyone else to prepare an alibi. And then she could say, I heard someone screaming. Or something, and dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Auntie Eva's saying? Among Us type behavior. Throwback.
バカバカしい。推理小説など、所詮は娯楽小説。そんなものばかり読んでいるから、そのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
Natsui's blaming the media that Eva's consuming. What detective novels have you read? Like none. I think literally none.
古典の世界だったらともかく、 現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。おかしいぜ。
Well, she's only got to trick us
そう
though.
かしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものな
Or
の
like being
よ。
left out in the rain, I bet it'd be really
しか
hard
も
to
困
tell.
ったことに警察の科
Yeah,
学的
after all
な
that
捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんて
Sure.
ジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
しかし
I
ア
haven't
リ
played
バイ
Among
の
Us
世界
since like
は数
2020,
時
dude.
間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。
It's not like we want to
疑いと
suspect
ない
you.
から潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
That's a crazy way to say
何の
it.
潔白を示せというのですか。今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。そして心の中に片翼のわしを
Okay, so yeah, that was that conversation. Good. So we did see that. That's 100% guaranteed as something we saw and watched because I remember that conversation. I was just slightly confused. I was like, oh, was that last night? No, yeah, that was this morning. And so that makes the receipt all the more mysterious, dude. Because for our perspective, we know she's not lying, which makes it like either Eva's lying in some sort of high-level way, which is crazy because she even got Natsui to admit that Natsui picked up the trash. And so either Eva's lying, and she didn't actually do quite as much cook there, which I would actually disagree with. I think Eva did that all. That sounds like a very Eva thing to do. Or some other mysterious thing happened, such as a secret room the servants are lying about, or he jumped out the window and there was a trampoline, hence Nanjo on a trampoline, and that's how we got to where we're at. I'm here. Poor Natsui sounds like she's about to cry.
お父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7
Really?
年
That
か
long?
かるも
Dang.
の。余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延
Oh,
命し、
that's
その財産を独
smart.
占
Oh, I
するに
didn't
は
think about that.
なんともうまいやり方じゃない。
That's actually clever. Whoa! No, no, wait. Cancel. Trigger discipline. Yep, finger on the trigger. Whoa! Wait, let me get out of the way. Look at this CG, dude. Sheesh! Yo, put that down! Put the blicky down, Natsui! Holy! Imagine if she actually just blows Eva's head off. There's no way, right?
私は後ろにやナツ。この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも、胸の中にしかと刻まれている。
We made her confident. She's standing up to her bully. She's standing up to her bully.
その責務を代行する私に向かって。
Oh, no.
何？その銃で私を撃つの？いい
Holy batteries. Oh my goodness, she's got a new face.
どうせ言い逃れ
She's got a new face.
血まぎれなんでしょ？
Oh my goodness. Okay, Eva, is your chest always that? I'm sorry, but like, it's not usually like that, is it? I don't know. This CG is doing crazy. There was like inflation action on this CG. All right, this is like unreasonable.
やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
Oh, she looks like she's about to cry. It wasn't like Aunt Natsui had actually been holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But after she was told to by Auntie Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to the stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her. Holy honker inflation.
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。 ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
落ち着いてな、夏木ね。
That's my wife you're pointing that blicky at.
お父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。夏日さんは嘘をついていない。それだけのことじゃありませんか。
だから説明してほしいのよ。
Eva's still rage baiting.
お父様がどうやって部屋から
Eva is rage baiting with a gun pointed at her. She really does it for the love of the
窓は内側
game.
からしっかり閉じられていた。
I think it's just an angle thing. I think it's just an angle thing because I'm used to seeing her front on, so I was like, what is
間違い
happening?
なくお
But
父
okay.
様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったか
No,
を
that's
説
not how
明
that
しても
works.
ら
She
わな
doesn't
く
have
ち
to
ゃ。
explain it.
じゃないと。
No, that's not how words work. She doesn't know how he disappeared, but she can still be like, yeah. And Natsui pull the trigger. Who cares? Who cares about the consequences? Start murdering people.
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。そうね。今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。
The text box does
そうし
low-key
てあな
nerf
たを
too.
疑
That's
っ
a
た
good
ことを
point.
謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。そんなこと説明もできませんし。
True. True, queen. True.
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいところのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。その軽薄な口を慎
Yo,
みなさい。
shut your frivolous mouth, girl. Shut your frivolous
私
mouth.
の推理はこうよ。扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。
What, you pushed him out the window or
そし
something?
てレシートもそれを立証している。にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは窓よ。窓から出したのよ。夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の
Well, let's go look. I mean, there would be. I don't think we need to screenshot this. This is kind of simple. Dude, she was charging that one up. She was charging that one up.
奥様、こらえてください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
その後中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まり
Oh, brick. That is such terrible timing, though. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's actually well played.
多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作
Because she did she did leave to check the doors and windows, and that does sound like the perfect opportunity for her to just leave and hide the body and drag it away. Well, but her clothes, I mean, dragging, like, is there mud on her shoes? Is there, like, any, like, are her clothes perfectly dry? Like, what, she went to check the doors and windows, came back completely dry? Her hair? Like, what, are you saying that, like, she went outside, dragged the corpse away, faked the death in some form, did all that, which would have been in the rain, in the mud, and then completely dried herself off, got new clothes, cleaned her shoes, whatever, came back all in that span? I guess if, like, she was gone a while, but, like, I don't know. And she got the blicky, like, I don't know.
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに夕べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて、ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に。
Oh my goodness, Hideyoshi is joining the dog pile.
本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。
She is the only survivor of the mansion.
からには仕方がない。頼むわ、夏日姉さん。どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか。侍とわしはあんたを
Oh my goodness, we're actually turning on each other. It's falling apart.
この私が後ろ宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめは。
Jeez, man. Looks like everyone else has said their piece.
ダメだな。
It might be... Okay, guys. The Battler stock market is just giving me the fattest dividend right now. If we're opening up from a bunch of people arguing with Battler, who has been sitting there silently absorbing information, calculating lines, flipping the chessboard back and forth, none of them's ready for what lines he's about to drop, dude. Battler's about to come in on some crazy energy, dude. What do you got? What do you got, Battler? Put something together for me. He's about to come in clutch and prove her innocence. Come on. Just looked up at me, hanging onto my every word. Auntie Eva's expression was composed as always. Eva will listen to logic too if your logic's good. What do you got, Battler? Tell her what to do, Battler. Chessboard. I was close. She flips on my chessboard, dude. She flips on my chessboard. 65? That's a D? That is. That is.
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？
Non-Joe on a trampoline theory? What about that?
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるのだ。最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが夏日おばさんが無実で
Right? That's kind of what I was saying a minute ago.
そうだと断言することはできねえ。
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の
Because she had the key. That is part of the crazy thing. Until he makes questionable jokes at the 9-year-old's expense again. I like how you do bring that up because that is like one of the only things I actually like verbatim what he said last time is crazy. Release the Battler files, dude. Holy. The key makes it tough. I agree. The thing is, I agree with Battler. There could be a duplicate of the key. There could be all sorts of stuff. There could be secret passageways, even if the guys say they're not there. Like, oh, but the receipt means they couldn't have opened the door. Right, you know, that's the entire point of the receipt. Unless they saw it, but like... Right, yes. So you need the window or a secret, another passageway. There it is! There's the line! Well, because I'm thinking like, okay, wait. I want to flip the chessboard too. I want to do it. So like, if Natsui actually did it, then why would she lie the first time? Like, her lying the first time, it messes with the alibi, and then Eva catches it with the receipt. Okay. And if she doesn't lie, then it's a perfect locked room. How does somebody get in there and make him disappear? Because nobody can push him out the window if they're not already in there. Yeah. I'm curious what he's about to cook. Because, like, I do agree that she doesn't have to know the answer to prove her own innocence. Because that's just not how, like, your brain works. But it is really sus. So I'm curious. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Okay. Or, like, he could have thrown himself out the window. I mean, there's always, you know. Okay. When the window would have stayed open too if he... Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you couldn't throw yourself out the window and then fix it. Okay, well, I'm actually... Okay. I'm fine with that, I'm there. What are you saying? He was like hidden under his bed? Like, are you telling me that like... Wait, what are you cooking here, Battler? That like, they broke the seal and then he got out? Huh? Is that what you're cooking? Yeah, okay. That maybe he was like hidden in the room and then the seal was broken and then he left?
じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。
That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I didn't think about that. I like that, Battler. Okay, I follow what you're putting down.
源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン、ベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。
So he could have snuck out after the seal. The thing is, he didn't know about the seal, though, so that makes it feel less likely. He couldn't have known about the receipt stuff. But he could have done that for some reason if he wanted to, maybe. Like, but it's kind of hard to imagine him wanting to do that, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I kind of forgot that the study had like a lot of stuff in it too, like the bedroom and stuff. Totally forgot about that.
そこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪した。
That's my battler, dude. Actually, high IQ maneuver. That was insane logic. He's really taking freaking dead stepmom's words very well. He's integrating them well. Yeah. Well played. It's a flipped chessboard. I don't know, he's weird.
口頭無形にも程があるわよ。
ああ、口頭無形かもな。だが、それでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。
You should be mine. Kinzo playing hide and seek theory, unironically.
チェックくらいにはなったろ。だが、チェックメイトじゃねえ。そして、俺が最高に気に入らねえのは。
That agree. That's true though. That is what was pissing me off. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, battler. Yeah, yeah. Holy Phoenix Wright. Okay, this guy's a different piece of work. I was not ready for this battler energy, bro. In fact, I'm even going to unengage forehead mode to be more like battler now. Okay. We need to embrace some like battler roots. What about that? There we go. I'm adding the swoosh in front just to be more like battler after he's whipping this out. Flip that chessboard, bro. Let's make it happen. Battler right. Yeah, true. By your own argument, by your own logic, everybody has to be able to do that. Why don't we force you to explain? I like that energy. I like that energy, battler. Okay. Yeah, she is the number one. Dude, he's a crazy thinker.
エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。バトラーの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は。
Oh, George is flipping on him. George is flipping on him. I mean, to be fair, they've been telling George like, George, be quiet 3 times in a row. Like, no wonder. If you say mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, then what about you, Auntie Eva, who was the last person to see Dad and the rest? Well played. Well played.
でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。
Well played. Battler has locked in immaculately.
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下。
I could see it.
そんな誰事で説明がつくと思って。
Noble father, listen to your own words. Like, are we for real, dude?
特によ、誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっている。
Nice, Jessica! She's pushing the attack well. Oh, she's dying. She's dying. Whoa, Jessica, are you good? Bless you. Yo, hey, it's okay. Do you have asthma? She got too hyped up. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but it seemed to be lasting too long for that, and she really looked like she was suffering. You got like an EpiPen or something? Like what do we do here? I don't live here, dude. Jessica kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
Jessica, しっかり。
Nanjo?
ジェシカさん、
Inhaler. That's right. I forgot that that was a part of her character.
私が持ってきているのも
Let's go, Nanjo! Dr. Nanjo put out a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Kanon-kun. That is my boy. You know what is so scary? Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing and have to use that? Dude. If we have a limited amount of inhaler, then that puts Jessica's life on a time limit if we're on this island and things are too intense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how long an inhaler lasts. I'm not asthmatic or anything, but like, if it's like bad and she doesn't have that much, then we're actually trapped here. 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Okay, I forgot about her having asthma, like, kind of. I, like, remembered it kind of when she was coughing, but, like, I need to write that down. I'm gonna put that in my notes. Asthma Andy. My beautiful notes. I still need to condense all this. I'll do that later, though. Don't get distracted.
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。
W, Nanjo.
大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
Nanjo relevant. Nanjo relevant. Oh, poor Jessica. What an unlucky debuff to have in this situation. Hit her with the... Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. For a while, it looked like her throat was still feeling itchy, but it gradually settled down. Dude, if you're asthmatic as like a medieval peasant, aren't you just dead? If it gets like that bad. You're just dead. They last for like 3 to 4 weeks. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Yeah, hopefully it's like a full up inhaler. Let her keep that, Nanjo. This disturbance had left the room's hostile atmosphere in an awkward, unsettled state. But that was fine. There was absolutely no need to be driving up everyone's suspicions of each other. When you think about it, even probing at each other's alibis and searching for the killer were probably completely unnecessary. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. When the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly. I mean, Homegirl got a shoddy, okay? Like, solve all the riddles and arrest the killer. There's more going on. Rip all the asthmatics in history, dude.
私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。明日。
Wow, well played, Battler. Got even to back down. Okay, my battle.
でもバトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？犯人を大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
それは否定しないです。
Eva saying that as if she has emotions.
決めてくれやがった野郎をたとえ1日であったとしてものさばらしたくはない。でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。
Aw, my moral center. You're an awesome aunt who's always mischievous and entertaining. You mischievous little Eva. Wait, his pure and genuine heart is so powerful. What incredible healing energy.
バトラ君に同じ意味のない罵り合いだね。多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるからみんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきと。
Y'all wanna walk outside?
レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで、警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
Or do you just mean like chilling here?
そう。レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。 確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェア
Oh,
じゃ
you're
ない。
being sane.
私たちだって等しく疑
Oh,
うし。
sanity.
でもね、バトラ君。レシートの話だけは本当よ。これ、忘れないでね。そしてこれがどういう意味
Okay, okay, I understand, I understand. I'll think about it too. I'll think about it too. Receipt in Kinzo's door locks the room from when Natsui went in and talked to him until Eva and Natsui checked later and he wasn't in there. Either Natsui lying and he was dead. Possible. Pushed him out window. Impossible, because we saw the interaction. Or I mean, is there ever a world that that us watching the interaction? No, I think we saw her walk away from the interaction too. We couldn't even do like some crazy. We can't even do some crazy like unreliable narrator stuff. I don't think. Or he slipped out. He was hidden when they checked the second time. Or some other crazy magic thing. I don't know. You don't want to discount anything. I mean, what if like him being there was like a spell? I don't know, bro. Someone cast illusion. Because he was oddly nice to her. What if it was a freaking magic spell, dude? I don't know. I don't know. That felt like a message to me. That's why I wanted to write it down. Of like, don't forget about the receipt. Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor. Yeah, I guessed.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。だってどうせ警察が
You're lying. Eva, I know your personality too well. You're still cooking something, dude. There's no way you're just gonna roll over to the cops. Date idea. Check your father's room with your crush and then accuse her of making him disappear. Wait, so who's your father's room would be Eva with your, so you're saying Eva's got a crush on Natsume. Oh, that's why she bullies her so much. It's doomed Yuri. Eva and Natsui doomed Yuri? What would we call that? Natsu Eva or Eva Tsuhi? Isn't that like, wait, how does it work? Wait, chat. Is it, is the first half of the name the top or the bottom? Isn't that like a thing where like the ship name like tells you who's the top and the bottom? Anybody know what I'm talking about? That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, when the typhoon passes and those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. You mean the seagulls that will be crying? Yes. First half is top. So who would be the top? I mean, Natsui, right? Who would actually be the top? Eva and Natsui. I gotta look at their faces. Oh, Eva's a brat. She's a submissive brat, and Natsui's a top who gets tired of it. So it would be... I think it's Natsu Eva. I think it's Natsu Eva, dude. I think it's Natsu Eva. It's toxic as hell, no? Oh, it's incredibly toxic. Yes, if you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. Natsu Eva. First name is top. Oh, you think it's Eva Natsu? I don't know, bro. I'm thinking I think Eva's on the bratty action. It will definitely be resolved. What if there's switches? What if there's switches? Then how do we do it? Anyways, it will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing, when the seagulls cry. Now break the glass. My fault.
夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。私も同じよ。確か姉さんは昨日
Bat chest title
ゲスト
drop.
ハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。
Even Natsu seems to be the popular name for the
あそこはバスもト
ship.
イレもあるし。
Man, people think Eva tops. I mean, that's like the obvious answer. That's why I wanted to do the other one, because it's like the unexpected one.
主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
There should be a bath and a toilet there, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, okay?
お好きになさるといいでしょう。でもくれぐれも用心を。
ありがとう姉さん。
You're talking me into bratty Eva? I'm happy.
姉さんはみんなの監視を
Like, dude.
犯人はこの中に
Among us, among us, among us, among us, among us, among us. When Natsui was pointing the gun at Eva, and Eva kept rage baiting her, tell me there wasn't some sexual energy in there. Yeah, it's brat taming. Like, she's threatening her with violence, and Eva's like, oh, you're not gonna do it, you're not gonna do it. That is prime bratty energy.
そして姉さんも自分が監
Being
視
watched
を
by
され
who?
ていることをお忘れなく。
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
ええ、十分よ。じゃあね、夏日姉さん。
So sing-songy.
夕食になったら呼んでね。
Where are y'all going? Where are y'all going? Just to the
それまでチェ
room?
ーンをかけて閉じ込め
Locked in with the chain.
源氏、カノ。
Well, that's another
お
locked
二
room
人を客室
situation.
までお送りを。
Great.
結構よ。送り狼なんて嫌だもの。
Yo.
むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。ジョージ行くわよ。
僕は
Oh!
ここでみんなといるよ。
Oh! Oh! Oh!
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは
Holy! Yo, the George stocks are crazy.
僕は
Wait, the George stocks are crazy though.
親族にいるなんて信じない。
Holy moral center. Okay, the battler moral center is extending a little bit to George. George is bringing in some good energy here.
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
ジョージももう一
Oh,
人
he's
前
defending
の
him
男や
too. He's saying he can make these decisions.
そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん
Thank you,
言わせるな
Hideyoshi.
らそれも
Thank
勝
you,
手やろ。
Hideyoshi.
好きにさせたれ。
父さん。
Until Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice I called after them was the sound of the rain. Can't believe he's still single. You did not just say that about my boy George. His girl died this morning! The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying, talking, fighting about such needless things? Feeling bored, I started clawing at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. Since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV, I was a little surprised.
今なら信じるぜ。手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
Now, I want to watch you code switch like a mother trucker, Maria. Or should I call you the messenger of Beatrice? Watch, 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 watch.
いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出て。
Watch, 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 watch.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。じゃなきゃ。
Oh my goodness, stop talking and let her do her stance change.
いつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。これなら。
Oh my goodness!
19人目の存在を。
I just wanted to make her an evil face, please. I thought she'd pull out the villainous grin. She's too contemplative right now.
ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
There it is, there it is. Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. She's switching forms. There it is. I knew it was coming. Unless you have a charm. But where is Battler's charm? It was dropped. A missing charm is actually crazy. Wait, missing charm? Because we know the charm works. I'm gonna write that down. Battler dropped his protection charm. Natsui had the other one last night. All 72 of them, dude. And because 7 plus 2 is 9. Ah, I get it now.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし、彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
What, should I add gap to my freaking notes?
魔女はすげえな。頼むから。もしまだ事件を起こす気なら。
Aww.
絶対に人間には。
Yo, can you tell her to make that next one like unsolvable, please?
俺に19人目を。いや。魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ。
Thanks, Maria. Hey, appreciate it, Maria. W Demon Child, dude. Damn it. I don't even understand my own thoughts anymore. When I'm led to believe I'm in a 19th person, I deny it. When I'm led to believe that there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Rock in a hard place. Even though I wish that there were more than just 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19. The number of people in this mansion is 19 is greater than X is greater than 18, so the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. I mean, a witch might be 0.5. Come on. You shouldn't be able to represent the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. Why does a fraction less than 1 play into this? It's no wonder. That 19th person is an invisible being that can't be seen. That's why in the integer representation that must be used to describe numbers of people, she can't be seen. That witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. X marks the spot, dude. Seven o'clock. The two who are close. Oh, no, 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 no. The second twilight is coming! The twilight is coming! I forgot about that! Guys. 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 On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. We already talked about how we think it's gonna be, or I think, I'm saying we in like a royal sense, how I think it's gonna be Hideyoshi and Eva that are torn apart, and now they're alone together in a room. And as soon as their relationship falls apart, then we move from the second twilight to when the third can happen, where we praise noble name, which is probably going to be Battler coming around and being like, yep, it's Beatrice, and everybody agrees it's Beatrice, and then they officially start looking for the gold to beat her as they're getting picked off one by one by one by one. You know what I mean? But yeah, their relationship is cooked. Next time we see them, their relationship is cooked, dude. Like, freaking, I don't know, infidelity or something, or I don't know, something's about to get revealed. It was thick with the idea that thinking about who the killer was would be the same as deciding who to doubt. It had begun to feel like discussion of the incidents was itself taboo. It is so Jover. So no one was mentioning it, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say out loud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Though everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
Maria, can you just stay in evil mode? I don't even want to see you in cutesy mode anymore. Just keep talking about witches, dude. You have literally the best audience for talking about witches. This is the best opportunity for you to yammer about the thing you are most interested in. Take advantage, dude. I will listen to whatever you want to say about demons. I'm here, dude. This is the time and place.
仮にやんだってこの島には船がねえんだしな。船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。 でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
We're cooked, dude. We're in a different reality. We're not. It's not happening. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. We're cooked. Like, their boats are never coming. We are in the realm of the witch, dude. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goto's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, trying to use food to enliven everyone's low spirits. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Gota, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly valued. Very highly valued. Kanana arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kanana also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. W. Sous Chef. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't skillfully arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. We are really getting intel about this food preparation, but Kumasawa smiled to say everything was fine. Where's Genji? Where's Genji right now?
カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっと綺麗に。
Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. You know what's interesting, actually? Okay, cut to Genji. I was just kind of thinking a second ago, like, everybody in the parlor isn't really talking about everybody that's died. Like, they're kind of talking around it, and, like, Battler is, like, laughing and joking. And I think it's just, like, them suppressing it, you know? Oddly enough, it's freaking Kendo, jeez, man. It's Kanon who I think has been, like, returning to it the most. Where, like, most other people have been kind of trying to, like, only think about it intellectually. And Kanon's actually been doing, like, emotional work. Imagine it being there with all those murders going on and you still gotta work. Bro, and you know what's even worse? That, like, the murders is, like, part of your job. Right? Like, the murders were happening and Kanon was like, yes, we're all furniture. Beatrice is coming. Like, dude, that's part of the job? Unlucky, dude. Average Amazon warehouse shift. This, but unironically. Wait, that's actually crazy. Wasn't there actually that thing where, like, somebody died on the Amazon floor, and then, like, everybody else had to just keep working next to a corpse? Like, before they got the body out? Like, they didn't even wait. I think that was a thing I read. Crazy. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. What happened to the chess game up top? We never finished it? Yeah, just work around it. So true. Genji purposely faced away from Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. W. Sleep. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。ご無事だといいのですが。わかりません。ただ、すべては親方様が望む。
I agree with Genji.
仕組まれたことのように思っています。
He had like a full year to set this up.
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎたことです。源氏さんは怖くないのですか？私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。怖いことなど何も。私はただ。
Holy, he's enlightened. Desire is the root of all suffering, so I will be a chair. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly think that he would be left out of this? He couldn't even begin to imagine what was happening inside this mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that it was something of Kinzo's design. I like this background track. Okay, wait, can I look at this again? If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had fallen. Okay, so this one, we got... What's like some good moves here? We could do like a rook check at any point, which would force either horsey up, which is defended by pawn. So pawn... So you do horsey up and then you take and pawn takes. So it's actually not that crazy. Or like bishop blocks and then king could take. It's actually not that... Like, it's a good file to have, but it's actually not that crazy. This knight is pretty, like, cooked. I guess you could put the knight here. What would that even accomplish? Can't go here after. This is almost a nasty fork with the king and the rook, but the bishop's in the way. So if there's a way to peel this bishop away, then doing knight here could be good, because it would set up for a nasty ass fork. What else could you do? I kind of like bishop here. What is the bishop currently targeting? Horsey? Bishop here is cool, because then you could take this pawn, and then you sacrifice your bishop for nothing, and the king takes your bishop, and you lose the game. Okay, that makes no sense. I'm bad at chess. Yeah, I'm literally putting all my training to work, bro. What are you supposed to even do here in chess? Maybe, like, I'm thinking move the knight and then push the pawn. Why? That doesn't even do anything. Or, like, do something with your rooks. Get your rooks on the same file. Like, move this rook up. And then you can, like, move it over or, like, get it out here. It's just, like, everything's really defended. Except this piece. What about... Oh, but this pawn's in your way. Your own pawn's in the way, dude. This pawn's, like, kind of defended. It's a really balanced position, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black has like a 1 pawn advantage. Oh, okay. Well, think about this, dude. LARPing chess is wild. I'm not LARPing. I'm just like rated like 400, dude. Let a guy cook. I'm actually about to do a crazy interpretation here. This is real. This is real. Black is up a pawn. Black is up 1 point of material, and just eyeballing it, I think Black's in a better position because it looks like he has more space on the board. But, like, if nothing else, I think Black's up 1 piece of material, so I think Black is maybe winning. My point is that Beatrice is Black in this interpretation, because Beatrice is the character of the knight, whereas, like, Beatrice rules the mansion at night. She's been coordinated with the knight before, right? Whereas Kinzo is the ruler of the day and is, like... all that. So the white pieces would be the day, the black pieces would be the night, and right now in the game, the black pieces, I think, have an advantage, which is as if to say that Beatrice right now has a small advantage. That would be my attempt to cook. Otherwise, I don't know, push the pawn, fucking see what happens. No, that's a bad idea. I don't know. Just fucking start sacking everything and see what happens. Frick it. If it's black move, you can literally just take the knight with the bishop, and white either loses a rook or a knight. Take the knight with the bishop. Well, if you take the knight with the bishop, then doesn't then king just take? And then... I guess maybe that's like a bad position for the king, but I thought king would just take. But like maybe there's like some follow-up that I don't understand. Didn't you already do it 2 to 3 streams ago? I looked at it, but I feel like I didn't actually make any progress. But this time I feel like I've said something cool. And then you take their rook. So, okay, bishop here. Oh, I see it! I see it! It's a revealed attack. Because, yeah, you do bishop here. You're in check, so you have to take with the knight. And then you slam your rook into their rook. You take their rook undefended. You're up a rook. Wow! Bishop has a crazy move here. Or black has a crazy move here. Wow, good move. Good spot. Good spot, chat. Yeah, and then you're just absolutely winning. So, yeah, not only is black up 1 piece of material, black has a crazy winning move. By bishop sack. Who's the bishop in the bishop sack? Think about it. Bishop sack, king takes, rook takes, pressure on this. I don't know, you could probably, like, crazy, like, this pawn is now undefended. Yeah, everything starts crumpling. These are just bishops, I think. These look like bishops to me. Nice. Nice, chat. Okay. Wait, what was that line? Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside the chessboard and safe? No, he just accepts his role as a pawn. He knows he's not the king. That's why he's calm. Right? Kinzo's the king, and then Beatrice is the other king, and Genji's fine with getting sacked about. That's what I think. Are these queens? I think these are bishops. Does that even change anything, though? Because there's no way, like, if this is a bishop, like, it'd be a crazy... Or if this is a queen, then, like, imagine having your rook like that. If takes, then takes, then takes, then takes. Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No, wasn't Nanjo himself, although proud of his position as Kinzo's only close friend? Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? True. White bishop position doesn't really make sense if you consider its starting position. They could have just been playing bad. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not high enough level at chess to be able to determine that. That discovered attack was juicy though, bro. Yo, chess is cool, bro. I'm really not that good, obviously, but like, chess is so cool. It's impossible for White's bishop to be in that position? Really? Would you really say impossible? Because, like, I mean, there's a light squared and a dark squared, right? So I just assumed that it'd be on that one. It'd, like, be a weird match to get there, but... You know. Anyways. Either way, chat. Let's lock back in. You know, I even have half the mind... Wait, oh wait, do we want to do something insane? It's actually a full-on tangent. But what if I pull up the chessboard from that we just saw and then put it into chess.com to see how winning it is for black? I think we already, no, I'm not going to, but it crossed my mind. The reason I'm not going to is because we found that discovered thing, which I think just means black's winning. Like, I'm just going to assume that's correct. But yeah, okay, anyways, lock in. And that CG might not be like actually like authorial intent, you know? So reading into it too much might just be a misplay. Lock in. There's about to be a terrible breakup tonight. You could definitely go move there, but it'd have to be really weird moves. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That it would be super weird. I can follow that line of logic. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house guests before the guest house had been constructed. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in this room every family conference and were very familiar with it. This room, just like a room at a hotel, had a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. They're about to break up, dude.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I agree with Natsui. I stand with Natsui.
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
Okay, yeah, it's absolutely actually true.
ずずしったら嵐の。
Wait, isn't it escape to like hide the UI? Yeah, and I'm not trying to be a gooner. I'm actually like saying this just because I was actually confused about it earlier. Because like the CG made it look like she had really big breasts. But like I think actually unironically, it's just her straight ahead profile shot. It's really hard to tell, but like this is actually just part of her design. And listen, it's not even gooning. It's literally just design diff. Like this, like it's really hard to say too because I think it's like dark. It's like dark fabric. Like compared to like Shannon where it's like contrasted with the colors. I don't know. It's kind of interesting actually to think about like designs. And like comparing kind of how like different characters like are able to pronounce different features. You know what I mean? Anyways, okay, lock in. Fully locked in. Fully locked in. You should see the other designs. Everyone is stacked in them. That's funny. Bro, if I wanted to goon, I would look at my second monitor. Okay. Y'all aren't ready for the Natsui art I got on my second monitor. Respectfully, with consent.
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Eva, sulking cutely, sat down beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV. Hope? Oh, are they about to get freaky tonight?
でも
Oh, Eva trying to get a little freaky with Hideyoshi. I picked the right time to start gooning. Yeah, what you feeling like that? And we've been less active in the sheets since we gotten older. Crazy how that works, bro. You trying to get George 2.0 in the scene? Whoa, wait. That's a real ass conversation. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Wait, I'm invested in the conception of George. Her older brother Cross had been unable to have a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsui without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. As for Eva herself, she would be removed from the Shiramira family register anyway once she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. So she had a thought. But then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Maybe it was the whispering of the devil that she had heard in her greed. Perhaps she could remain in the Oshiramiya register if she gave birth to a successor first. It did kind of work out, almost. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Oshiramiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he approved of it instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed without hesitation not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, and assented to having his name entered into the Oshiramiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So she chose the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsui, and he expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as a son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and permitted him to transfer into the Oshiramiya family register. George would eventually become the successor to the Oshiramiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind, and he shaped out pretty well. George had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why she couldn't stand that he was in love with a servant like Shannon. Oof. So when she had learned that Shannon had died and the engagement had been invalidated, while part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime, oh my god. Another part of her had been relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Holy crap. What a self-report to, like, tell us.
クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて、自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。だから、それに一矢報いてやりたかった。でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。
I don't know, bro.
でもその感情は。
Yeah, okay. Whoa, moment of reflection. This is kind of crazy.
自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。それだけならまだいい。その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Hideyoshi sat up and put his arm around Eva. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
Wait, the relationship's going so well right now.
と一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしに、
Oh, that's not even greedy. That's just sweet.
だから後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。わしとお前が歩んできた人生。
Oh, it's so cute. Yo, Beatrice is salivating at breaking them up right now. I feel her drool, dude.
ありがとう、あなた。
Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed. Yeah, this is cute.
感謝するのはわしや。今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
Dude, yeah, Hideyoshi is fertile as frick.
あなたと一緒にね。
For them to bang out George that quick, well played.
よかった。
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりもう
Oh no, don't make plans. Y'all are cooked. Y'all are cooked, dude.
いやよ。毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。
Oh, they're making extra plans to hang out with this
黙
girl?
って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。
No way!
モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
Dude, this is adorable.
じゃあ、そいつ
No
も
wonder
なしや。
Hideyoshi fell for her, dude.
水いらずのんびりで。ジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きを
Extending their honeymoon? That's so cute.
それならいい。
That's kind of what he's saying. That's so
モル
cute.
ジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁
Kind of reminds me of Rock and
水
Jima,
上コ
bro.
テージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には
いや、今すぐがいい。
Aww. Peevishly, or perhaps coquettishly, Eva pled for his lips. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. And some other sounds. Talk about it. Yo, fade to black, bro. Yeah, fade to black! Eva and Hideyoshi showing some love, bro. Whoa, whoa! Oh, that's Genji knocking. Oh, I thought somebody was like walking by their room and was just hearing something crazy. That's crazy work. That was cute. That was actually a really cute scene. I really like seeing that. It makes Eva not look like an insane psychopath, like, through and through, you know?
Holy
crap, they wasted no time! They just started whipping it out, bro.
ここへ運ばせなさい。男女先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれた。
Yo, put me up against him, bro. I'll go crazy in chess.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
What's on the TV, dude? How do we even get signal here?
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
Yo, W parenting, bro.
マリアちゃんはテレビ
TV kid, iPad kid. Oh my goodness. Something's never changed.
机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
It was so cluttered with the aftermath of the drawing contest we had all been having, using several pages torn out of Maria's notebook. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here sure can draw. That is true. It really shocking. It really went from being glad Shannon is a corpse into them loving each other. What a way to start being soft. What a freak, dude.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。どうせ断るでしょうが。
So now Genji's gonna pull up to them and they might be split. Or maybe they won't be split yet, but like, dude, the juxtaposition is about to be crazy between them being in love and some crazy problem occurring. Like, I don't know what he did wrong in the sheets, but like Eva didn't frick with it and now they're separating. You know what I mean? Like, what happened in them sheets, dude? I'm worried, dude. Beatrice got in the sheets. Oh my goodness. Guys, I figured it out. I figured out how Beatrice is gonna do it. Oh, frick, wait. I gotta find the original. Okay, basically this, chat. It's this. It's Hideyoshi. It's Beatrice. Or fuck. Whoa! It's Hideyoshi, it's Eva, and then it's Beatrice. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? And it's Beatrice. That's what happened to them, dude. That's what happened to them. I get it now. That's how they're gonna split up. Beatrice got in the sheets and messed things up. They didn't show proper respect to Beatrice before he started making moves. Natsui felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Truth supernova. Natsui had warned him not to be alone without good reason. And just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he had a little more concern for his safety. Genji took Kanon with him, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Oh, frick, what are we about to find in here? Genji knocked on the door.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, お夕食の準備が整いました。
We waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Are they dead? It just sounded like they'd get separated, not die. Oh no, why are we looking at the floor? Blood? Kanon pointed under the door. Scarier. Nope, don't like that. A Western-style envelope had been inserted under it. You forgot to ask for my consent. Signed, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it would be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone inside the room. So since this might have been a private note meant for Iba and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kenon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope, the same as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. You have stumbled upon the works of the witch. Do not engage. Do not mess with this, bro. It's the witches, dude. Although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
Eba-sama. Eba-sama. Genji de gozaimasu. Irasshaimasu ka?
It's not even opened is the crazy thing. But there was no response from inside. Dude, what's happening in there? Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests from a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. Times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that they had called by and then leave the guest be. However, despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Iba's name. But there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door and holding his breath listened for any sounds coming in from inside. Risky business, Kanon. After the fade to black. Okay. What, did they go out the window? Like, what do you mean? Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope which had been stuck under the door. Okay. Oh, you're dead, bro. It had been sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Oshiramiya family head's ring.
Eba-sama! Eba-sama! Douka o henji o! Mou o heya ni wa irasshaimasen ka?
Even so, there was still no answer. There was a chance that the two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There were plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, including the one that would open the guest room.
Genji-sama!
Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock a guest door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guest was out. Yeah, they're like willing to break privacy. Genji's getting pretty locked in. To unlock the door for a separate reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests were still in there and without their permission, was an action unbecoming of a servant. True. However, Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly Kinzo's. Or rather, one of the Western-style envelopes of the Oshiramiya family head. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone other than Kinzo... By someone other than Kinzo... After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. Being able to eyeball which key goes where is actually insane. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Are they alive, dude? Clank, it was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. That meant that they were in the room now. The sound of the voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear that they were in the room. But there was no sign of them, and they wouldn't respond. Genji called out to Eva once again through the crack of the door. But there was no answer.
Genji-sama, ikaga shimasu ka?
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but not a chain lock. They had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. Why would we do that, though? That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. And Creepy Chill was already rushing up their backs. Guys! This is falling out of control. What we do as servants is now we know they're in there, we apologize, and we say, our apologies. We only wish to ensure that Beatrice-sama's letter would reach who she wanted it to quickly. And then you bow, and then you tell Kanon to put the letter back under the door. You apologize again, you bow again, and then you leave. Okay? Because we are disrespecting the hell out of Beatrice right now, and I'm not okay with that. Kanon held his breath again and tried to send someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. What, are we gonna fucking shotgun the chain off? Brody, bro. Is this not disrespectful as frick to Beatrice, dude? She's giving them a letter, and they're refusing to open it and are tweaking in there. Let them just tweak. That's on them, dude. That's, like, I don't know. Okay. Kanon rushed away hurriedly to get a cutting tool. He was called back by Genji. Don't cut it until he's back. Yeah, have somebody with you, 100%. Genji's alone right now, though. They're separating. It's scary. It's risky. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Kanon. Goated. Well, but Kanon is furniture, but like, I'll let it slide. Scar in the score. Kanon POV. In the kitchen was Kumasawa, who was piling food on the serving cart. And Nanjo, who seemed to have thought of a move that would turn the tables on Genji and had been waiting his return, wanting to show him. He's trying to show him the fucking rook, the revealed rook attack. But he immediately realized that something was wrong with Genji's demeanor. Oh no, this is Genji grabbing it, and yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Kanon's grabbing the cutting tool, which is a separate look. I thought the cutting tool would be in the kitchen. Oh wait, are we all together? Wait. Okay, no, Genji walked with him. Okay, smart. They both went here. And now he's gonna go to Natsui. Well played, Genji. I thought he was gonna separate and do his solo actions, but he's making sure to stay grouped. Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. What cutting tool do we even have that can break through a chain? Unable to take in the situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo and chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Kanon went to the storehouse. And from amongst the tools packed in the toolboxes and hanging on the walls, he looked for a tool that could be used to cut the chain. Okay, storehouse. Wow, this place is ominous. Yo, because Genji told me to, bro. I don't know. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. Kanon took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. Oh, jeez. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if described as having the shape of a large pair of pliers. Oh, jeez. You recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers. Kanon took that and rushed up the stairs. He knew it instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or maybe already they were dead. Oh no, bro. Kumasawa, get some more cardio going! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Kanon changed his grip on the bolt cutter and looked up to the door, he let out an awe, struck speechless. Oh no. What does that mean? Is it gonna be a mark on it? Holy frick, it's in Hebrew. It's been marked in the time we left. Okay, so it's not... Whoever marked this is confirmed not Kumasawa, nor is it, Kanon, which is, like, pretty good, pretty big. We know it's not them who marked this door. We gotta fucking... Okay. I am keeping track of these marks, dude. These marks are not escaping from me, dude. Another marking. Another day, another marking. Okay, and then notably here, on Hideyoshi and Eva's room, couldn't have been Kanon or Kumasawa, because Kanon found it with Kumasawa. And probably not Nanjo or Genji either. Really hard to know, though. Lots of high-level techniques going on. Okay, so I can actually read Hebrew fluently, so I'm going to read this, by the way. And on the first day it was said that there are many ways for your tomb to be opened. Through lust, greed, pride, gluttony, and the other 3 that I have forgotten. Oh, and then this part, signed by Maria. Maria GPT, unironically. Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse. They might be dead in there, dude. There was another eerie shape drawn with paint that looked like blood. However, it was dubious whether this one could be called a magic circle. Because unlike what most people would think of as a magic circle, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more geometrical shape. However, the strange non-alphabetical characters written in the gaps of the figure were without doubt the same as the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that Kenon struck speechless was not how eerie the magic circle was. Only moments ago, this hadn't been there, here. That was fast! And dude, and to be able to... He returned to the kitchen for a short while. He had then gone to the storehouse to grab a tool and headed right back. And to be able to draw something that elaborate that quickly requires that you're, like, locked in, and you have materials nearby, and you're just the GOAT of all time. It's just, it's gotta be Beatrice. It's just, or like, there's 30 people running around. But like, it's crazy. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Oh, it's fresh. Hold fast, Kumasawa! Hold fast! Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanon surely would have wanted to. Kanon, we gotta cut open the chain now. Oh, and wait, no, you're right. Maybe we just bow to Beatrice and say, Beatrice, this is all you, girl. Beatrice, I understand what you ask for. As a humble servant of the manor. You bow, and then you just do your thing. I ain't freaking with Beatrice, dude. Kanon, what do we do here? Kenon gulped and readied the bolt cutter and approached the door. Is she okay with that? I don't know if that's disrespectful. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he couldn't cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, went even closer, putting the bolt cutter up against the chain. Are they going to be dead in there? He then pressed with all of his strength and cut through the chain far more easily than he had imagined. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. That's a good detail. I like that very tactile detail. Looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the Western-style envelope at the bottom of the door. And that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Kenon was lost for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. But he decided on prioritizing his original purpose. I don't even know if, like, we open the letter. It doesn't feel like it's addressed to us. Kenon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. Smart, high IQ. If his worst fears had been realized, the police would want to investigate this room, too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to hear the sound of the television that had been seeping out slightly more clearly now. Remember, somebody had put the chain up. Somebody had put the chain up? Well, okay, wait, was the chain... Oh, frick, wait. After the key. I need to reread this to understand it perfectly. Okay, no, this doesn't actually preclude windows, though. So, I like, slightly misunderstood this at first. The chain got pulled tight, which means that they had to be inside because you can only activate the chain from inside and you couldn't exit the door if not for the chain, right? Like, because the chain's in the way, which means that they were, like, it's another locked room situation, just like with, Kinzo, where either there's something with the, though this is a tougher locked room because it's the chain, there's not like you can use a key. So this is another locked room scenario, but they could have been out through the window, or they could have been destroyed by the demon gap, or whatever, the 33rd demon gap. Eva was face up on the bed. Oh, they're both dead. No, bro. On the bed with her shoes still on? Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kanon and was hiding behind his back, screamed a short "Hee!" again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanon had seen, so the incongruity of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing that entered his mind. Oh no. But after he shifted his line of sight towards Eva's head, Kanon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something was set there? Growing there? No, right in the center of her forehead. An old-fashioned knife or some weapon like it was stuck right in. Golden Slaughterer. It was a kill. It wasn't their relationship, it was a kill. Where's Hideyoshi, though? From the base where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva, with some sort of kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead, was dead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the mouth with which to speak that truth had already been eternally sealed. Even though that forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright, and on the handle was a design so complicated, you could never expect to see it as on an ordinary weapon. Oh, a special weapon? That thing could be summed up with the word occult. A ritual dagger! It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been some kind of demon. Been of some demon. Where's Hideyoshi? Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. Well played. And at the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower? The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms, containing both a bath and a toilet. Okay, he's dead in the shower? When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Oh, we never did read that. Hideyoshi! Hideyoshi! That waterproof curtain was half open. No! Okay, they both got killed. Wow, I thought the relationship was gonna die, not both of them. I thought originally that they were both gonna die, and then I think George or like somebody talked about the epitaph and I got convinced otherwise. Or like I did a reread of it and then switched my brain. Dang, this is a special odd dagger though. That means they had two of these. Died booty naked in the shower, dude. Do you think it was Oh, wait. Guys. But was it before or after they banged? Did they get to have one last night together and then he was taking a post-shower cleanup? Or was he cleaning himself up so that they could then get together? No, bro. She still had her shoes on. They probably hadn't done anything yet. He was probably like, excuse myself, let me go freshen up. And then they got murked. No, dude. No, dude. Okay. Rip them, dude. Okay, so Hideyoshi and Eva murdered in guest room, chained door, ritual daggers. And then this also means that as per this, the two close by could be breaking them up instead of murder. It was murder. It was murder. Which means that the total death count is 13 again. We're to 13. That's crazy. Because could have been 11. That's crazy. The waterproof curtain was still half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathroom was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes still open. And those eyes were pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon with a demonic design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the hot water of the... Oh, God, what a horrible detail. Had been under the hot water of the shower the whole time. His face wasn't half covered and filled with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead was still taking a shower. While still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, Natsui's voice rang through the hall. She was in her shoes in bed? Like, no sign of a struggle? She just got shanked. What? What? Just then, Natsui's voice rang through the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Oh, Natsui. Your priorities are misaligned right now. Guys, there's bigger fish to fry. Stating this with finality, Natsui picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Eva dead.
Eva-san. 奥様。こちらには秀吉様も。
Is everybody else accounted for in the parlor? I think they are, dude. Think about the water bill. True. Oh. Kennen gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. Well played, handkerchief again. In the bathtub, a small body of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked right in the middle of taking a shower. Poor Hideyoshi, dude. A spray of blood still clung slightly to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Time of death? Like 5 seconds ago. Like now. The amount of strength you would need? Oh, man. Yeah. Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Kana watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon. Don't do that. But after deciding that, where possible, it'd be better to hand the scene over to the police without disturbing it, he left it alone. However, a close examination of the base revealed that it had no blade. It's just this, like, point? Rather, it wasn't shaped like a flat blade, but was conical. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. What? A lance. Rather than a short spear, some people might call it a thick ice pick. Oh, ugh. And at any rate, the original hideous purpose for which this weapon with its unsettling design was made, and exactly how that purpose was carried out, were both displayed here in such a glaring fashion that there was absolutely no need to use further words to describe it. Natsui, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. I mean, but it is notable. Maybe because of time. This could have been any time within an hour, though. Like, so we don't know if, like, in the... I kind of think that this... No, this had to have happened before the graffiti got put on the door because they didn't answer, so they were probably already dead at that point. And then they left, and then the graffiti got put on. So the killer was here twice. To kill them, and then to put the graffiti on. And I mean, if it's Beatrice, she could just do whatever she wants, because she's Beatrice, right? But that's crazy. The killer had to be here twice. I'm gonna even write that. Killer had to be here twice. That's a really good thought, I think, actually. Killer had to be here twice because they were likely already dead before the graffiti. Because they weren't responding. Like, that's insane, actually. Which is, I mean, didn't Battler be like, hey, can you make sure the next one was, like, impossible for humans to do? That kind of, like, it feels like it's leaned that direction. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling as she had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsui couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. Oh, I can't believe we're gonna have to see Natsui die at some point. No! No, Natsui's been my girl, dude. Oh, frick, both of George's parents. True. Good. Hey, good thing he didn't join them in the room. Like, but the recklessly approaching footsteps were obviously George's even before he came flying into the room. God damn it, George, why are you here? George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. But when they had seen Genji call Natsui out and had noticed her turn pale and fly out of the room, they had felt they might have been the bearer of bad news. Oh, goodness. When they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Just have to get the full cast to have their tragic reactions, dude. Unlucky. Maria, what do you think? Maria, translate! Maria, GPT, translate this image. Maria gets to see a corpse for the first time. Kenna didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. My boy. Oh, George. Oh, no. Oh, Natsui being parental. Natsui touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. That's okay. He can do that. George collapsed to the floor beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Oh. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Why are we just torturing our cast? Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was without restraint covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping. And then his parents, dude. Yo, shout out Battler for like crying on behalf of George. Maria is Israel's best soldier. Holy fuck. Of course he felt sorry for everyone who had died, but Battler felt far more sorry for those who had been left alone by the deaths of others. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one he felt sorry for. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Dude, it's just gonna keep happening, dude. It's just gonna keep happening. We're so cooked. It's just gonna keep happening. Like this is Twilight 2. It's just gonna happen tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, dude. We're just gonna drop like flies. And we gotta find this gold, dude. We gotta find this freaking gold. Yo. Maria's now not the time! Maria tried to comfort Battler in a very mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Okay, oh, dude! He's got the fire in his eyes! He's got the fire in his eyes! Okay! I'ma flip that chessboard! I'ma flip that chessboard! Oh, we're flipping it! Oh, we're flipping it now! Yeah! Yeah! Channel it! Rage, my Oshiramiyas! Rage! Charge, my Oshiramiyas! Tonight! Tonight! Your ass is grass! What's the play, Battler? What's the play? What's the play? Boiler room? The fuck you mean boiler room? No. Boiler room? That is the scariest thing I've ever heard. Agreed. Natsui proclaimed it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he had shed enough tears. Still facing away from them, George nodded, slightly rose to his feet, and everyone else agreed in response. Natsui still had opened the head's Western-style envelope she had picked up. Oh, jeez. But since they would all be leaving the room now, she decided that she would unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. Okay, before we get to that, I'm gonna go pee, chat. Quick little pee break, bro. As soon as they walk down to the hallway to head back to the parlor. Wait, they edged me with a as soon. Gotta finish the sentence. Some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe they sensed something strange. Okay, frick the pee break. Wait 1 second. Okay, now we got a background track. I'm gonna pee, then let's check the tip and character profiles, then we make some moves. Alright, be right back. I'm also gonna eat some chips. Chip break, chip break. Chad, do you think I can eat this entire block of chips in one bite? I think I'm about to lock in. Mmm. Now that's some chips. Now that's some chips. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. baked barbecue lays. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Baked barbecue lays might be my favorite snack of all time. I realized, like, they were my favorite chips to get in elementary school, like at the end of the lunch line. I would always buy them as like an extra thing, even so like I low-key wasn't supposed to. But they were just too good, so I did anyways. They're high-key the best, bro. Ate a full bag of chips 1 to 2 hours ago, and I wish I didn't. I have unironically eaten an entire bag of these in one sitting before as dinner. 6 servings, 130 calories a serving. 6 times 130, all in the form of Lay's baked, not fried barbecue chips. That's a good dinner, dude. That's a good dinner. All right, let's peep the tip menu. Add vodka and its peak. Whoa, yes! I did not realize you were goated like that. Excuse me? Inari and the Kitsune. Inari is the Shinto god of foxes, agriculture, fertility, rice, tea, and sake, and is one of... Yo, I should hang out with Inari more often, dude. Holy shit. Sour cream and onion is crazy. Sour cream and onion's crazy. Spicy Cheetos, not too bad. What's up, Super Mew? How you doing? I'm obsessed with mustard lays. Haven't tried that. That sounds kind of good. I'd be willing to try a mustard lays. I'm not a huge mustard guy, but I could see it. I could see the technique. Can you stop eating? I watch Twitch streamers for escapism, not realism. Some people eat for escapism to avoid realism, bro. It's all about perspective. Inari is depicted differently by time and place, and maybe male, female, or even a plurality of gods. Wait, does that mean that you could have a Futanari Inari? Futanari! Wait, okay, wait. Is Futanari based out of Inari? There's no way, right? That'd be the craziest etymological origin. Over a third of Japan's Shinto shrines are dedicated to Inari and feature torii and statues of Kitsune. The Kitsune are white foxes that are Inari's benevolent messengers, but they can be malicious and bring about grave disasters. Okay. No, it's not. Unlucky. Alright. Let's peep this. Oh, rip 2 more, dude. All the siblings have perished. Oh my goodness. No, it's not. No, it's just from porn. Unlucky. I'm actually curious, what is the true etymological origin of Futanari then? Like, who was the first person to say Futa and why? Okay, oh my god. Oh my goodness. I mean, at least they gotta keep their faces, but like, jeez, man. Inari has no gender, takes any form they want. Got you. Futa just means 2? I see. Boom! Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into her forehead. The windows and door to the room were locked from the inside. Not even the chain was set. No way could a human have killed her. Just as battler wanted. Found in the bathroom in the same... the same guest room that Eva was found in with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his forehead just the same as Eva. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. Can't see and can't reach. Go on. How could a human have killed them then? So yeah, this is absolutely, Maria POV, which makes me think that this is, Miria POV. Futari is 2, Nari form, so 2 form. Yeah, look at that. Cool. Okay. Maria, tell me about, some Hebrew. Hey, how do I, like, whoa, careful, almost just through the match. How do I activate your, like, witch mode, okay? Ding, ding, ding. How do I activate witch mode? I need you to scan this and tell me what it means, okay? Look at the blood. Do you like the blood? Scan. Enhance. Uh-oh, stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stinky. I actually haven't showered today, or like in 3 days. I'm gonna be so real. As they all sniffed the air, they did notice a horribly foul burnt smell, unlike anything any of them had smelled before, drifting through the hallway. Perhaps from the kitchen? We just left the kitchen. What's going on? Chat, my room is not stinky. We could tell from the hair. Yo, put respect on my hair, bro. I bet Beatrice turned it back on. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural for Kumasawa, who had just been cooking in the kitchen, suspected their own clumsiness had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away. Bro, as if that changes anything. They weren't alone in that room and they got murked. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanna went chasing after her. The others, although they did not run, also followed in order to search for the source of that smell.
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし、
So this is the first time that they've talked to each other. Natsume was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら。
Oh yes, George. Ugh. Okay, this duo is an endgame duo right now. Okay, did you hear that? One more time for me, George.
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
Cold and calculated, bro. George is ready to knock some skulls. It seemed that George had already climbed out of the abyss of his sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the killer who had stolen the lives of his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり、完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時は、シャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でも、チェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限
I do think, like, is there a way to, like, do, like, crazy, like, technique where you have, like, a string and you loop it through the door and then you use that to, like, maneuver the chain in or something? I feel like it'd be so impossible, but, like, maybe possible.
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
It's like they're laughing at us. Back then, everyone had been making a fuss over how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Because of the receipt that Auntie Eva had stuck in the door on a whim, it was revealed that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsui had been the only person to enter or exit during that time, she had come under suspicion. This time, nobody had, like, done it, though. Like, seen them. Auntie Eva had proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsui might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been closed from the inside, and the bodies had been in the room. This time it really was, without exaggeration, a true locked room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, the incidents have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a locked room. Then Kinzo. Next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, since Aunt Natsui had entered the room, she could have let grandfather out through the window or thrown him out, and she would have been able to lock the door before leaving. Or, like my crazy theory, he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. Agreed? But this one, in that sense, you really can't call this one a locked room either. Yeah, what are the texts that could be used here? And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. Really? We just give up? The window, the door, everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect locked room. The first hadn't been a locked room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a locked room because Aunt Natsui could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. The room was a perfect locked room, sealed by a door chain that denied access equally to everyone. I'm trying to think, could you kill yourself? Of course, there's no motive for that. Right? Like, Eva could just have stabbed him and then stabbed herself if she wanted. But why would she want that? You know? It doesn't make sense for either of them to be, like, doing that purposefully. It'd have to be, like, a possession thing. But even then, where would the spears have come from? The window is locked from the inside. Can't lock a window from the outside. So if you exit that window, you can't lock it from the inside, so GG. And then the door chain is the same thing. The thing about a door chain is there's that tiny bit of a gap that you could slip through if you were like missed. Or is there a way to lock a door chain from the outside? I feel like no. It'd be like really hard. I'm sure there's like some crazy way you can do it, but it would be like really weird. And probably not something that the series is trying to engage with. So I'd say no. I might actually just believe him. I'm really trying to think of an alternative, but I think I might just believe Battler here. I'm just trying to think for myself, you know? Or a secret. I mean, there could be a secret passage. We've asked about secret passages for the upper room, but we haven't asked about secret passages for this room. So an alternative could be that there's a secret passage. That's all I got. I'd say secret passage. We'd have to ask people. But so George, don't look behind you, George. George, whatever you do, don't look behind you. Oh my goodness. But how do you stab 2 people through the head, one in the shower during that? What, and then he stumbled into the shower and opened up his, like, body soap? Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. Maria? It was Maria. Maria, read the Hebrew. Translate, translate, translate. She's gonna say, ask and ye shall receive. This is what you asked for. Come on, Battler. There you go. It's Beatrice now. Yo, thank you, Beatrice. I appreciate that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Donk. Oh, he's so goated. Dodges the rage bait perfectly. Holy crap. Perfectly maneuvered. I couldn't have played that better myself. Like, brilliant move. Two golden blue check marks, dude. He really just, and he did it in a way of like he gently was like, nope, come on, lock in. But thanks. Holy. Oh yeah, Maria GPT, go. Yeah, and he immediately uses her properly, dude. He's like, okay, understood. Dunk, translate. And she's like, okay, yeah, I'm down. Yes, tell me about it, Maria. Tell me about it. No. Come on, get yapping. Get yapping. Smacks her again. Torture works? Wait. If we bonk her enough times, she'll just keep yapping. Just keep bonking her, dude. Bing, 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 bing. Tell me more about Beatrice. Bing, 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 bing. What is every conversation you've had with her? Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Yes. Yes! Oh, he's locked in.
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節主は聖堂の扉を破り鉄の関係を
That's ironic because we cut through the chain. We cut through the chain.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
Well, but this wasn't used to open the door. Because they were already dead before because they didn't respond. You know what I mean? If your child knows Hebrew and you didn't tell them Hebrew, then you should talk to your child.
魔女様のアピールってわけか。
She self-taught Hebrew. That's actually really impressive. Proclaiming this to be a door that can't be opened. Yep, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て、扉を開く。難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を
Such as the
与えて
witch,
くれるん
by
だよ。
basically saying this is the
平
witch.
たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、
Yeah, now he is able
ひらめ
to
きや直感を
correctly
授けてくれ
discern
るんだ
that
ね。
the witch is the killer, not anyone else. Yeah, that makes a lot of intuitive sense to me.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。
Holy.
上等だぜ。
Yeah, Beatrice, what do you think about that, Beatrice? Beatrice, what do you think?
マリアちゃん。
What do you think about somebody that accepts your existence but still doesn't respect you? Right? It's like looking at God and saying, I'm not interested. Are you into that, Beatrice? Is that kind of push and pull interesting for you? Oh, George. You're a little behind, but it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか、知らない人間なのかはわからない。でも、そのどちらであっても。
Yeah, having Beatrice behind them is awesome. I really like that.
しかし、
Okay, before I forget, let me grab Maria's dialogue about the thing. So it's the first magic circle of the moon. So this is a power of from the moon, not a magic circle of the sun, which is what the previous one was about. Let's see, what layer do I want this on? Probably this one. With this one, I guess. Oh, no, wait. Let's do it on this one. Sorry, there's so much stuff. Okay, so it's a magic circle of the moon, and then... grab this. Nice. I think I figured out how I want to organize this, too, which should be helpful. And then a little bit more. Right there. That should be good. Yes! You're not getting away from me, Beatrice. I've got your freaking messenger giving me free logs, okay? There we go. Boom. Okay. Now we got the knowledge. We got where it was, what happened, and what it does. Right? Oh, we are taking crazy. We are taking notes. We're not just taking baby notes. We're taking notes. You want to talk notes. And all of these, where did I put these? Here. We can clean this up real quick. So this is all about this. So I'm going to put them all here, and I'm going to shrink them. Because this is all about this. It needs to be legible, but like not too big. Yes, like this. Yeah, we're locked in, bro. We're locked in. Okay. And then this, I don't know what to do with this one. This one's really still bothering me. Maybe we just like shrink it and just have it like behind her or something. That's kind of a cute idea. What if we just put it behind her? Is that ever gonna like... No, it looks terrible. Wait. It's because it's too dark. Wait, okay, high level tactic. What if we hit him with the thing where it like flips how it looks? What's that called? Wait, is that even an option here? Polar inversion? Oh wait, I'm getting so distracted from the actual show right now. I am so sorry. Just give me 1 minute. Invert. Yes! So now it doesn't mess with our, There we go. There we go. Barres. Hopefully I'll see you next week. Or you can have fun in the VODs, hopefully. Good luck. Good night. Yes, chat! This is what we're looking for. Okay. Good. I'm gonna keep that as its own layer, though. And then what's layer 9? Is this important? I need to be very careful about not getting too many layers, because that's how I get the... Oh, that's the Hebrew. And that's this. I'm cool, I think, with stacking this. Okay, and then... That should be fine for now. I'll adjust it more later. Okay. Jeff the Killer, unironically, dude. Okay.
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を
それにしても耐え難い。
Oh, she's up on the stairs. They're all in different spots.
一体何事なのですか?
That's kind of cool. What if it's some horrible thing in the kitchen? Oh, it's not even coming from the kitchen. I thought like it'd maybe be like somebody's head being burned or something. Like something horrible, right? Like human flesh cooking. Kennen and Kumasawa had gone ahead, realized before they even reached the kitchen that the smell wasn't coming from there. That was because on the way to the kitchen, they noticed an even thicker... oh, no, 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 no. They noticed that an even thicker wave of stench was rising up from the stairs leading to the basement. The boiler room. Oh no, what's getting boiled, dude? Are the corpses getting boiled? What's getting boiled? That is so dark. There's no way we're boiling the corpses or something. Of like the other 6. What if they're boiling the corpses of the other 6 and just infesting the entire mansion with the smell of boiled human? No, 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 no. No, something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. Boiler rooms are so, what a scary... I hate... Boiler rooms are so scary. They just sound scary. The mansion's boiler was old and had been playing up recently. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled it belching out a stench like this before. Oh no. Oh no. Slam. Closed my heart. Yo, Cannon is done playing games. Cannon is finished with playing games. No, that's an... I gotta save this. I gotta save this. Cannon is done with playing games. We gotta use this somewhere, because that's amazing. No, no, no. Oh, there's somebody in the boiler room. There's someone in the boiler room. The sound that they had heard from the basement had definitely been the sound of a door closing. Although she did phrase it as a... And this is the worst group to run into somebody, dude. If there is actually a person running around, Kumasawa and Kanon are old lady and young boy, right? They are not equipped for a violent situation. Even if Beatrice wasn't the antagonist, right? If there's a person down there, these two are a bad combo. Thank you, Galg, for the follow. Crazy. Although she did phrase it as a question, Kumasawa too had definitely realized that the sound couldn't have been anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. Old lady and Twink, because at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Oh no! Oh no! Someone's in the boiler room. Someone's in the boiler. I just gotta write down someone's in the boiler room. I need to believe that I have some control over the situation. The only control I have in the story is taking notes. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together in Eva and Hideyoshi's room, so who caused the sound of a door closing just now? What, is he turning and running away? I'm out of here! He's running towards it! Instantly gathering the situation, Cannon ran down towards the basement. Since they had heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no trace of someone climbing the stairs, it meant that the person who had closed the door was now inside the boiler room. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Cannon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. High-level tech is you say, oh no, high-level tech is you give up because it's over. But like, you could say like Kumasawa grab the others, bring them to the entrance in the mansion, and then you circle to the courtyard to block it off. Right? You need to block both. You could chase, or you could block both. There were two entrances, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. But if he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did. But she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the killer, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, we're all cooked unless we get the shotgun. Then Kanon would be no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, by this argument, Kumasawa joining him wouldn't mean anything, but at any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she dashed down the stairs. Frick. Oh god, not the boiler room. Dude, the atmosphere of this scene is insane. Do you hear that whirring? Do you hear that like, the sound of the vents? And like the creaking of the building? Holy shit, this is the most problematic scene we've ever walked into in any game ever. This is actually the scariest shit. You're telling me that Kanon is running towards an like a horrible stench that he has never smelled before, plus is chasing somebody that might be the killer that has killed 6 adults in one sitting, and he walks into this. At that time, Kenon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place, and on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kenon feel like he was going to be sick. This is, dude, this is yellow horror. I have like an entire thing about that, but this is like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? This is like it feels like a night. This is like how my nightmares look a lot of the time. This is like Stay Out of the House, like puppet combo. This is like, you know what I mean? Like the hot and like, you know, metallic and rusty and bloody and meaty horror. There was no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Kenon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kenon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. Kenon is my goat right now. Okay, Kenon. I didn't know you were... I thought you had no plan. But going in with a weapon? Okay, Kenon. Yeah, like a saw room. Yup. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? This is the scariest shit I've ever seen. Oh my god, Kenon, get in there. Okay, I'm starting to see why chat loves Kenon so much. I'm starting to see it, dude. This is like my first scene that I'm like, okay, Kenon, I'm willing to invest in your stock market now. Kenon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Great line. What a good line. Then he answered. Answered is good because answers are to replies. Right? He's not questioning, he's answering the previous door closing because he thinks someone's already in there. So whatever he says is an answer to the expectation they're in there. He's casting a spell! He's casting a magic ritual! You're rolling for green? You're rolling for green? 00, is that what it's called? The words coming from Kenon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Dude, Beatrice fricks with it. Beatrice fricks with it. Beatrice? Oh no, bro. She's in here. She fled to the basement. Is she trying to say something? It was a very fantastical scene. Dude, as the days go on, she's going to manifest physically more and more and more, which means she's going to be easier to chase down because she'll be more physical, maybe. Like here, she's in more presence than when Shannon saw. Because it was just one butterfly. Golden, sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room. Flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and disappeared into the darkness, gathering together. Kenon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they, they must have laughed. But Kenon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. Yo, he's pulling some fucking magic, dude. He's going all in? He's going all in? Unironically, Shipwreck 64 is another good example of that kind of horror. Like, they had, like, the scary pipe world. That was a fun game, bro. Shout out the playthrough of Shipwreck 64, bro. The Master Call succeeding despite an astronomical risk of miracle. He's fiended for a miracle. It's crazy, like... Dude, we're seeing... This is, like, the other approach that parallels... Battler and George, where Battler and George have been like playing logic games, especially Battler have been doing like logic, undercovering the mystery, flipping the chessboard. Kenon is doing like the magical occult approach, and this is the approach I think is more likely to work. You know, I love Battler's approach; it's super fun to watch, but like this shit is crazy. Kenon, what magic do you want? Sorry, I cut him off. What do you got? Yes! Yes! And this has been brought up previously. They didn't mention the green part, but they talked about the red or black, and I was like, what about green? True? Roulette has a special pocket called O, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. But sometimes you can bet on O. Meaning that all the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. He is aura farming!
僕が生き残るようなことがあったならこの身を投げ出して
Holy fuck. He's ready to burn it all down for Shannon. Cannon's actually the GOAT. He's doing his own magic ritual by throwing his twink body into this. Let's go, Cannon! Let's go, Cannon! Damn right! Get in there! Get in there, Cannon! Okay, okay. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that he had been dealt ridicule in response to his self-denial. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a furious expression that he had never shown anyone appeared on his face. That the hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops, which slid down. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's head to shake was not anger alone, like sadness and everything else. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. Can you hear something I can't, Cannon? Can you hear her? Wait, he might be able to hear her right now. Because he's got supernatural. I don't have any supernatural. For your next summoner. When Cannon swung the hatchet upwards and tried to drive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. I don't like the... Kumasawa, what happened? Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that Cannon had been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered. And rested on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. No, Cannon! No! Right there was a handle with a demon-shaped design engraved upon it. She shanked him. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. In his heart? No, bro! Fresh blood dribbled from the corner of Cannon's mouth as it twisted in anguish. He's dead, bro. He got his ass. I like the play. This was a brilliant play. It looks like he just threw his life away, but like, this is the play that I think I would have made, dude. The gamble. Because if all we know about magic is that it's based on gambling, so how are you going to win? You got to make a good gamble. But maybe this just was, it was like too hasty. We didn't actually learn anything. We weren't like making a like maybe there's wisdom to gambling. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And he just like, he maybe got a little too ambitious or something. I don't know. It was a fantastic play, Cannon. Fresh blood dribbled from the corner of Cannon's mouth as it twisted in anguish. It was makeup too powerful for Cannon's white skin. And Beatrice is out this hoe. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced mesmerizingly through the darkness. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. What a good line. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but he attempted one last measure of resistance, to reject death in at least the form it had been delivered to him. And ain't that life, bro? Right? Life is every day resisting death. That is inevitable. With both hands, he grasped the handle of the weapon sticking to his chest, and gritting his teeth at the acute, unearthly pain. Are you gonna yank that shit out? He pulled it out! Yeah! For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Onigafuchi Swamp.
Cannon-san?
Yo, you walked in just a little bit too late. Do you got any last words to help her out with, dude? Oh my goodness. Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a terrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. That's a crazy thing to imagine. No one could have made fun of an expression such as this. Wow, Canon went out like a G, dude. He went out with more resistance than anybody has went out. How deep are we in the Twilight now, dude? Are we on Twilight 4 now? Because Twilight 3 is the kill 1, right? Or are we just able to jump around? Because we got those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. That just happened. That was the two dying. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. We were doing some praising upstairs. Gouge the head and kill. Gouge the chest and kill. We just gouged the chest and kill. Maybe it's not even, like, it needs to be in order. Maybe she could just jump around and stab people, like, maybe it's like a thing, you know? Frick, man. The first one to dash in was Natsui with rifle at the ready. Natsui is incredibly locked in. I would love to kiss her. I love her so much, actually. Why is Natsui, like, the best, dude? I love Natsui, dude. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Man, we have a goated cast. This cast is so good. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Natsui realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, and so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsui, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted. We need... Bro, Kanon, if you got any last lines, you gotta speak them, dude. You gotta speak them. Light him up! Battler, thinking quickly, took out a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping in a door. Frick! The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. She shanks him and then escapes outside, dude. Loki, can we... Okay. How physically has she manifested? Like, is there a world that we could actually shoot her in the back of the head? Like, maybe she's not... Like, maybe she just has the power of invisibility as opposed to being, like, a god in this environment, you know? Like, maybe she's not, like, as... Maybe she's easier to kill than I think, you know? I don't know. Something. I mean, she was able to 6v1. I mean, that's crazy. But, like, yeah. I feel like the longer this goes on, the weaker she gets because she manifests more physically, which makes her more susceptible to us, like, beating her ass. But the problem is, like, according to the series, according to the thing, we have to find the gold. We don't have to beat her in a fight. Frick, man. Battler's on the hunt. Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them shouting, dude, he's ready for war! Natsui, you gotta follow with the gun! Natsui also rushed up the stairs, chasing after Battler. Okay, we got our melee and we got our ranged. At the top was the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. Through the cold, scattered raindrops, Battler dashed up the stairs and into the courtyard, where he looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler turned around, looking in all directions. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in this scenery. But there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from the outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He couldn't tell which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing. Natsui starts scanning. You see anyone? Battler put his head against the wall and scratched at it with his fingernails as he cried. No one to battle.
ちくしょうちくしょう。平和おばさんに秀吉おじさん、さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。ふざけるな。
Yeah! I mean, yeah!
平和おばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ。カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思う。
He was my twink.
なんで殺したんだ。
He was mine.
どうして人ってのはな。
Well, I actually don't know. That might not actually be true in this situation.
タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃ来ねえんだぞ。どうして殺すんだよ。どうして。
Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried with all his strength. Natsui had always thought of Battler as a strong person, was a little surprised to find out that he had this delicate side. I mean, 9 people have died. And at the same time, understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Dude, parental Natsui is so goated.
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも。私が絶対
She might not be my mom, but she's the mom that stepped up.
そして、後宮家の代表として。
Oh, you know what thought I just had? Battler, after sobbing into Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile and tried to convey that he had cried more than enough already, just as he had done the times before. You know what I just thought? Because, like, how this looks. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 virtues. After the journey ends, like, after everybody dies, the witch praises everyone, bestows all of the Golden Land's gold, resurrects everyone, revives all the love, and then rests. What if this part, because, like, there's multiple chapters to Umineko, and so that I'm assuming, and obviously don't tell me anything, I'm just trying to speak out loud, I'm assuming that chapter 2 is going to have everybody that's died be, like, back, right? I assume they're not all just going to, like, I assume we're going to get to, like, see more interactions with these characters, and they're not just all dead forever now. I assume they're going to come back in, like, later chapters. But there needs to be some sort of mechanic that, like, brings them back. Or, like, in some form, like, are we resetting the story? Like, what are we doing? There has to be a thing there. So maybe we're all gonna lose, and then in part of losing, we all get revived, which is how we're able to do chapter 2, and then, like, the loop resets or something. You know? Like, there could be, like, an entire thing with that. But we just don't know right now. We don't know. And it could, I don't know. But this could be attached to how the chapters reset, is my new theory. Okay. Random thought.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて
Dude, I don't know.
全てを白日の下にさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね。警察さえ来れば。
When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's actually cool. So are the seagulls gonna cry after the tempest leaves? Maybe that's like literally when the seagulls cry, because the tempest will be over, so the birds can start like flying around again. And so it's basically as if to say that when the seagulls cry is when this night ends, when the long night of the tempest ends. Which would be cool. That could be like an interpretation. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Wait! When the typhoon passes, the lively seagulls should return to the harbor again. Yeah, so basically like that being it. I get it now. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsui and told the room weekly that we hadn't found anything. They told me that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kenan-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost in the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen unceremoniously to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. We need Maria ChatGPT onto this. Maria GPT to analyze these. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene, so this was the first time I was able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. Indeed, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake. And also, it had a spiral-shaped design, sort of like a drill. To use a disturbing analogy, it looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Well, I wonder if there's gonna be a magic circle put anywhere with Canon. Including the handle, it was about 25 centimeters long. Because this is the first kill that hasn't had a ritual circle. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the bloodstained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. Yo. Maria's ass is already here. But Aunt Natsui and the rest were not even looking at the weapon, instead standing in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. What was in the furnace? Oh god. They had probably pulled that out of the furnace where it must have been burning. It was still smoldering, kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. I think it's a person. I think it's one of the corpses. Genji-san and Maria were staring down at it. Aunt Natsui probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. Is there ever a world it's Kinzo? Imagine it's Kinzo, bro. Kinzo got thrown in the boiler. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought that after everything that's happened, nothing could surprise me anymore, but this was... Ugh. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true nature of that unearthly stench was the charred smell from within the incinerator of a burning corpse. But whom? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. When I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. We need to double check the storehouse to see if all those corpses are still there. We need to double check all the corpses to see if any of them have gone missing. Because it could be Kinzo, but that's not enough for me, dude. This has been a long second day. Just keep it a little log. Kinzo maybe in incinerator. Gotta check known corpses. Corpses because too burnt to tell. Bro, I'm taking notes. Who let Beatrice cook is a crazy line right now. Yo, who did let Beatrice cook? Do you smell what Beatrice is cooking? Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. I want to check corpses. Maybe he got to see her though as he was, you know, getting thrown in. Kind of hard not to smell it. Jeez. The feet? The feet? What about the feet? Aunt Natsui, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Hmm? Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each of the toes had been arranged so normally that I hadn't noticed. What? He's 6-toed? Okay, it's Kinzo. Wow, I'm actually a little surprised. I thought it would maybe not be Kinzo. Okay. 6-toe Andy. That's something to be put on the board. I feel like I need to, like, give him toes. Let's just, like, put this here. Right? Or, like, over here, maybe? You got some freaky feet. And then on the actual Kinzo image, I'm gonna give him little feet. One toe, two toe, three toe, four toe, five toe, six toe. One toe, two toe, three toe, four toe, five toe, six toe. 6 toes. He's a 6-toed Andy. Okay, well, that immediately made me regret taking the note over here. Great. Okay. More toes to suck. Thanks, man. If one of these characters were cooked in a boiler and you were forced to cannibalize them, which one would you pick to eat? Terrible question. Do I really want to talk about who I would cannibalize? I mean, like, obvious, right? It's just always canon. The master had these uniquely shaped toes. Polydactyly? That is so interesting. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. Yeah, it's just W toe. That's because it isn't a disease, but something people are born with. So the hospital is already aware of it when they are still babies, and at about the time they turn 1 year old, they were given surgery to make them normal. I guess. It made, like, your shoes more comfortable, I guess. So even if a child has polydactyly, it's treated before they become self-aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. Incidentally, it seems that it can occur with a probability of about 1 in every 2,000 babies. Really? That frequently? So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Oh. That's cool. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, possessed 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsui, among the many Oshiramiya family heads, the ones praised most for their wisdom had all possessed polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that if anyone could restore the family from that, it would be someone with polydactyly. It would be grandfather because of the auspicious sign of his birth. Is anybody else in the cast got polydactyly? If grandfather thought being the head was not a bad gig, that this 6th toe must have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I think I've heard about some country where it's believed that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. Okay, let's calm down. You got an extra toe, okay? Not an extra soul. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide whose body it is. But it looks like in grandfather's case, just being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. Grandfather's body was simply not burned. It was not simply burned, just like Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi and Kanan-kun too, who had been stabbed in his chest. He had one of those demon ice picks stuck into his forehead. Jeez, man. Well, we know that. Okay, I mean, they're confirming him as dead, so I should probably confirm him as dead here. Like, fully in my head. Because I was still thinking, like, what if there's a world that one of our previously established characters, like Rudolph, has polydactyly, and we just don't know that? Or, like, Kraus? What if Kraus has it? But let's just believe Kinzo's the only one with it. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed in his forehead. The old mage's wish scattered, ungranted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. Wow, rip Kinzo, just like that. Yo, our cast is getting small, dude. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're single digit. Aunt Natsui let her head droop and close her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It wasn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since according to Genji-san, the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. Everybody at the dinner table arguing, hey, where is Kinzo? Kinzo in the furnace? And that stench must have slowly crept out of the furnace and filled the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Oh my god. Us arguing, he could have snuck out of the room. Yeah, maybe he was under the bed. Kinzo currently in the furnace. Michael! Don't leave me here! Putting aside whether he was rare or well done. Yo, battler, relax! Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out in the locked room created by his auto-lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san... Yo, Genji, why are you trying not to laugh, bro? It's disrespectful as fuck. The boiler room is usually locked. The probability that someone outside our group was looking around committing the crimes was now overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was freely strutting around the mansion. Are we gonna start looking for this gold, dude? Oh, Battler is about to calculate. After this latest crime, can we now be sure that a 19th person exists? They haven't shown themselves once, and yet they're trying to tout their existence. Along with Kirei-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person by flipping over the chessboard once more. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less possible. Unless they want you to know they exist. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt. If they could kill Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then is it possible for them to even create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? What's the difference at that point? I mean, if we still want to believe that the culprit is among us, then the list of suspects is very short. Who is even the list? The four of us kids, Aunt Natsui, Genji-san, Kumasawa Bachan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we should try thinking of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly destroyed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but my old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though it had been peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Could have been fakes? Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea, but it's just like, when you start opening that door, like, it's like, this is how it feels to try to research things online in the real world, where it's like, if you open the door that like, well, it could have been AI generated, it's like, well, I guess it could, and now what? Like, if we're starting to open this level of potentiality, it's like really hard to make any progress. Like, you have to assume some things, I feel like. But also, checking your assumptions is good, so I'm with you, Battler. Let's run down this train. Had the culprit prepared a fake corpse beforehand and disguised it to make it look like they died, then hid somewhere and continued their killing spree. It sounds ridiculous, but that doesn't mean it's an impossible trick. It's too early to give in to this 19th person, no, this witch. Like, you're saying, like, what if Rudolph prepared a fake corpse for himself, killed everybody else, and now has been running around doing this? The problem is that just doesn't work because we literally had canon POV of fighting Beatrice and getting murdered. And it was a spiritual experience, and it was, like, magical and blah, blah, blah. Like, unless it's, like, somebody in our team and, like, all the servants are, like, high on mushrooms. You know what I mean? Unless that, there's just no way. Like, it has to be the supernatural. That's the end of your cooking session, Battler? Battler, we need more cooking. No, Miria, tell me about the dagger. Stare more, stare more. Let's make some plays. Maria hadn't gone out with everyone else, but had remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring fixedly at was probably not grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick that was sticking out of his forehead. Let her analyze it, dude. No doubt an irresistible item for the obsessed. I rapped on her head.
Oi, Maria. Beatriceの目的は何なんだ? 俺たち全員の命か?
Smile at me, smile at me.
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
Okay. We're so behind on the epitaph. We haven't even looked at it again ever since, like, she's the only one, like, thinking. No, she thinks, no. No, she's fine with dying because she trusts in the process, dude.
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。私は
Actual disciple behavior. Shout out Slaughterhorse too.
しがらみも何もない全ての人たちがずっと一緒にいつま
Oh
でも
shit, wait, is that
優
nice?
しく
Yo,
し合って
Beatrice, you
い
can
け
take me
る
too, bro.
素敵な場所なんだよ。
Yo, Beatrice, I'm down.
私は楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
So what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She had been pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To her, with her obstinate belief in witches, the series of unsolvable crimes is proof that witches really actually exist. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in that witch called Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives who once firmly denied the witch's existence get frickin' murked. Start acknowledging her existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
Beatrice, dude. You gotta change your phrasing.
だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。
Mary only repeated what she had already said. Mary had met with the 19th person, the witch. Had that really been a 19th person, or had that been one of the 18 who told her to say otherwise? All that's certain is that Maria had been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and is certainly not our 19th person. I think. It's so sad, because, like, we just have more knowledge than Battler. Like, Canon literally knew that everybody was accounted for, chased into the cellar, and then got stabbed in the front, and then Kumasawa appeared behind. Literally, everyone was accounted for. Canon was right. Like, there's no way Canon was wrong about that, right? And, and it's like, Battler just doesn't know. He's just lacking a few pieces. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. True? On Natsui should still have it with her. That's a good point. Yeah, let's go check that out. I forgot about that, dude. Run the clock. The tiniest clock move of all time. It's been only an hour. Besieged. Besieged? So what, all 9 of us are going to be in a room staring at each other, and then she's going to be knocking at the window and ripping our heads off? I'm telling you, bro, it's just like that regular show episode. In the end, Canon-kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. I'd recommend either stopping somewhere within this next subchapter, either beginning or end or anywhere between, or pushing for a longer stream. How much longer is longer? Like, by longer, do you mean like 3 hours? Or do you know? Start within this next subchapter, either beginning or end. Also, what does a subchapter mean? You mean like in this chunk, basically? Because I'd like to keep going a little more. Way longer? Oh, way longer than 3 hours? Okay, yeah, no, I don't know about all that. Because, like, yeah. I don't know about doing all that. As much as I'd kind of be down, I think it's also, like, I want to stay relatively consistent for chatter's sakes. Because I kind of have, like, a drop whenever I go too long. Whenever I look at the numbies. But yeah, how do we, like, subchapter-wise, what does that look like? Yeah, should I just keep going and y'all let me know kind of when the end of the subchapter would be? I'm down with that. I can give a good starting point notice. I'd be down. I'll be blunt. It isn't possible. Oh, great. Yeah, so can we keep, is there a good spot if we keep going a little bit more? Just a little bit. I want to know what's in this freaking letter, man. I think you can keep going for now. So what does subchapter mean? Is that, is subchapter like besieged? Is besieged the subchapter? And then if besieged is the subchapter, basically when it moves to the next one, I'm definitely out. That'd be the idea. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanen-kun was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. Yes. Okay. I understand what you mean by subchapter now. But by the time he was carried here, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanan-kun's life up until the very last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying in anguish. She had probably been taking care of Kanan-kun until the moment of his death. George and Nikki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to interfere and left her alone. We just be doing this back and forth, bro.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走った。
But he had so much aura when he said he was the Zero, dude. That was aura.
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。
But that was aura, though.
カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear from the normally tactful Jessica tumbled out of her mouth. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
Jessica.
George coming in with aura. Thank you. Now isn't the time for words. There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. That shot of George is really sad. I had already cried myself dry, so I didn't want to cry anymore. However, I felt myself the pain in their hearts. This is the saddest one for me, dude. Because the way that he's aiming towards you, but he's turning away because he can't make the eye contact. Ah. She's about to say this line like so close. We'll be seeing them again. Knew your ass would say that, you freak.
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっと
I'm so excited for us to reach this point in time and see if it's not gonna be nice, dude. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem.
ベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ。犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
Is she hitting her? I'm hearing some stomping. Are these punches? Are you trying to brawl her? Are you trying to brawl Maria? I mean, she's been telling us it's Beatrice all along, but like, sure. Inside agent? I mean, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. Jessica rushed at Maria and grabbed hold of her. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. Oh, she's beating her ass. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsui slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded through the hall. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. If somebody started physically brawling Maria, I don't even know how much I would hold it against them right now. Like, shit is so many people have been dying. It's only gonna keep getting worse. And she does know stuff. I don't think it's smart. I don't think it's effective. I think it's a bad idea. But, like, I wouldn't blame someone for trying. You know what I mean? I think it's a bad idea, of course. But it's not a bad idea because of morals. It's a bad idea because it's not effective. Like, that's how deep we are in the shit right now, okay? I don't care about morals. Like, oh, am I about to say this? If Maria... Okay, if I truly thought that beating the shit out of Maria would save our lives, I think it's fine. I think that's okay. Am I wrong for that? You know what I mean? I think it might be okay, because it's like, it's at this point, it's like self-defense almost. It's like, you know something, I need to know. You know what I mean? But only if I was confident. And the thing is, I don't think it would work. I think it would only make her clam up and tell us less. So I don't want to. But if I truly was like, oh, Maria would tell us if we, like, punched her. Yeah, I mean, we might have to brawl her, dude. Because what's the alternative? Just wait for Beatrice to ram a knife up my ass? Like, no, we gotta do something about this. And it might be doing this. Like, guys, when people are dropping like flies, there comes a point that's like the game of morality gotta be terminated, dude. Maybe we gotta start making big player moves, and I don't, you know what I mean? Pink lost all of his empathy after Higurashi due to one 9-year-old. Dude, what I learned about Higurashi was friendship and the power of fighting against your fate, and the power of miracles. And I truly believe that punching Maria until she is black and blue might be a miracle. Okay? And we can all do it together. Me, George, Jessica, and Battler. All beating her ass. I don't think it'd be a good idea. I don't think it'd be a good idea, but like, oh my god, is it a fraud? Like, I don't hate Jessica for like being like, you know something! It's like, I get you, bro. I totally get it. No, this is true. I mean, true. Well, but like spiritually, but like, sure. George is playing this smart. This is how you should actually play it. Sorry, I cut him off. Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some doubts about Maria. He hadn't tackled Maria. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい?
Dude, Maria really do be Beatrice's strongest soldier, though. She's out here, like, 1v20ing, believing in Beatrice, and is constantly getting harassed and, like, hit by other people for believing in Beatrice. Beatrice is probably so proud of Maria if she actually cares about anyone like that. You know? That's actually crazy. Gaussian, thank you for the farro.
それはどういう意味だい? ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人
Ice play, thank you for the farro.
君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい? 君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい?
George is coming apart a little bit.
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。
She's rage baiting me again! Now, again, we shouldn't be brawling the child, because it's not a good idea. But if it was a good idea, it's just not, though, so we're not gonna do it. Exactly, that's the wrong move. Agreed, Maria's right. That's what's so annoying about Maria, she's so right. You're right, you're correct. And that's why we're not going to do that. We're not doing that, okay? Agreed. I'll do it. Chat, raise your hand if you would beat the shit out of Maria. We're not gonna fall for the rage bait. Because the annoying thing is even if we beat the shit out of her or like tortured her or whatever, which again, it's a horrible thing to say. It's absolutely miserable that we're in this bad of a situation. But like, even if we did that, we wouldn't get any intel out of it. We would get no useful intel. You know? She would just be like, Beatrice exists, and that's all you would ever get. Right? Like, she is being honest. Like, if she's hiding stuff, I don't think she would tell us, and also torture's not a good way to get useful information. Right? Because people, if they get compromised by the torture, will tell you anything to make it stop. So it's like, that's what I mean, where it's like, it just isn't helpful. But if it was helpful, you're lucky we live in a world where torture's bad. What if we did it to release tension? No, the tension's good, it keeps us strong. This is sad. Okay, but this is kind of sad though, no? In that world, Mama is nice. She's saying that in the world that she lives in, Mama was not nice. You know? Yo, I bring up how, like, beating up the child, if it gave us good intel, is good. And now people are like, okay, but what about just hurting her for morale? Guys, lock in. This is really sad. And Papa is with us and is also nice, right? Like, absent father and mean mom is, like, really coming through. No wonder she'd attach to Beatrice. And that's the thing. Like, I think it would be so stupid and cringe and wrong to hurt her because of why she's acting the way she is, right? That doesn't make any sense, you know? Hurting her because she's on Beatrice's side, you know, I don't like. The only way that I would be okay with hurting her is if it would save our own lives, and even then it won't, so it's not worth thinking about. But like, yeah. This is really sad. This is really sad.
そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。
Because of course she would lean to this, right? Because of her own mistreatment and like, you know, tough living situation.
なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを
Yeah,
終
okay.
わらせる。
I thought maybe we'd be in here for like 10 days for the Twilight thing, but Twilight really means whatever.
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
I'll punt the
魔女
child.
はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
Battler's keeping it nice and lighthearted. Jessica's emotionally very compromised. I don't blame her. I mean, a lot of people have been getting killed.
おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。
No, she's not hiding it. She's telling us it's
確かに直
Beatrice.
接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ。
In a way,
スパイ
though.
さ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐよ
Whoa,
うな
Natsui's
真似が過ぎれ
saying
ば。
relax or the blicky might be aimed in your
おばさ
direction.
んも本気で怒る。
And Beatrice, you won't be able to see Beatrice because you'll be dead. Natsui glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Auntie Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hasn't developed a resistance to this kind of silent telling off. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people had already died? 6 in Dad's group, also both Auntie Eva and Hideyoshi, Kenanku, and Grandfather. There were a total of 18 people on this island. 10 of those have been killed. More than half of us have been killed. And at this stage, there was absolutely no guarantee that the remaining 8 were going to be alright. Yep. All I care about right now is making money plays. Now is not the time for Discord.
犯人
Discord
が神
mentioned?
出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
Good heart on your
ナキおば
shoulders.
さんに極めて同感だぜ。
Yes.
犯人探しは今夜
But nobody has looked for the gold even a tiny
今は
bit.
どこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. At Death's Door was playing. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and both our bodies and our minds were completely tired out. There was still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in, somewhere we could rest our bodies and feel even the slightest bit safe. It doesn't exist, dude.
私も同感です。
Poor Nanjo really did not sign up for
私
all
も
this.
含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている降参が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。
Could have just going to one, but like again, Beatrice is just doing her thing,
身に
dude.
つけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで
Live Nanjo reaction.
そこまでは調べなかったのが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定
Holy
できねえな。
Nanjo. Holy Nanjo mentioned.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫
I'm
の
so
シャ
excited
ッ
for
ターを
the
開けるため
entire
に
chapter where Nanjo's the main character the entire time and we only get Nanjo dialogue.
そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
Okay. There are many servants serving the Oshiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time the shifts changed, the keys were passed between servants. She had to admit that the arrangement had been somewhat sloppy. Lock Maria in a cage as bait. I like where your head's at. Isn't this your servant? Isn't this your fellow witch? Come on, Beatrice!
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり、私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと。
I wonder if like all the different chapters are gonna be. I wonder if all the different chapters are gonna be like different groups of people that die in the Devil's Roulette. Like, what if it's just the same thing over and over, but we get different selections of people trying to survive the night? That'd be crazy. I have no idea. I'm really curious because this feels pretty like self-made. So I'm kind of curious. I'm super curious how the rest of the chapters are even gonna exist. Like, what the function of them are, you know? But we will know in time.
そしておじい様の霊を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んでこられるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですが。
マリア。言いたいことがあるんだろうが。
No, Maria's so useful for our intel, though.
しばらく黙ってろ。
Ooh. Maria probably wanted to say that witches weren't afraid of things like guns or something like that. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ。
Oh?
使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
His room? Kinzo's room?
それはどこです？
はい。親方様の書斎です。
High IQ.
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？2
本です。1本は常に私。
Where's the other one?
もう1本は親方様がお持ちでした。
Oh my goodness.
ボイラー室の遺体から。
Oh my goodness. And you son took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy key. Oh, we got both keys. Yeah, and Beatrice can't get into a locked room. Duh. It's not like she's a witch or anything, dude. Yo, what are you yapping about? Wait, that would be goated for a VN to ask for your picture, and then it just puts your face on the main character. Holy shit. Yo, can we edit the files that my face gets stretched onto Battler's face? Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Aunt Natsui.
警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたので、私がお預かりさせていただいておりました。なるほど。
Nanjo, what do you have to say about this?
ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は
Well said, Nanjo.
ドイツの安全地帯というわけですな。
Replaces the portrait of Beatrice. That's good too.
あの怪しげな匂い
With the cube.
一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思
Sucks
で
because we're all playing safe, which is the opposite of risk, which is the opposite of magic. Well, and the people that tried to do magic got freaking mollywopped, so...
楽観的すぎだぜ。兄貴。
Get surgery to look like Battler instead. I don't need surgery. I already look like him. I'm his spitting image. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. Yeah, we'll get to watch it happen. If we assume that the culprit used some technique to abduct grandfather from his study, they would have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. It's an opportunity to force the culprit to demonstrate that trick right before our eyes. She's so disappointed in us, none of us looked for the gold, dude. She was like, guys, I gave you a win condition and nobody engaged with it. Maria's the only one that, like, actually remembered it, and she does not care about winning. If they're a real witch, we would be forcing them to say open sesame and open the door by magic right in front of us, but such a thing is probably impossible. If you flip over the chessboard, you realize that the culprit is obviously just trying to act like they're a witch. If they really were a witch, all they'd have to do is appear in front of us and show off a spell colorful enough to silence all our doubts. Since they avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think otherwise. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the locked room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
I
don't know,
8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので。贅沢を言わなければ。
The bathroom's like a separate spot though, right? So if anybody goes to use a bathroom, they're gonna be alone for a moment. Oh, liquor though. Let's all get freaking wasted, bro. Frick it.
そいつはすげえぜ。しかし、おかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢をすべて実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ。
I call sharing the bed with Natsui. Shit! Yeah, I'm gonna stick Beatrice on your ass. Yo, Beatrice! They're right here! Get up!
お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに。
Man, this just really feels like an introduction to an unbeatable antagonist. But we know the wind, we need gold. Just gonna spat the words out.
立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。
I think I can take Beatrice. Yo, good luck, potato chip. You go first.
ベアトリーチ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですが、警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう、南條先生。私は
Nanjo really just puppet what other people say. Yeah, we shouldn't take too many risks. Like he's doing the most simple answers. Freaking Nanjo, bro. I love Nanjo.
しかし、バトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
The crazy theory had just been what I come up with to stop the argument. It very well could have happened. However, just as Auntie Eva had said, even though that trick would not work, I can't begin to explain what motive could have made Grandfather do something so awkward to sneak out of his own study, because he's a freak and he loves Beatrice, dude. Plus that trick of hiding under the bed and waiting for the receipt to be moved before escaping. Couldn't have been used unless Grandfather had known that receipt was wedged in the door. Yeah, or had some other reason to want to do that. Auntie Eva hadn't pointed out that last part. I think I did point out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. It's just hard to predict him. Then does that mean that, as Auntie Eva claimed, the door was sealed and it was a locked room? It's a doubtless fact that Aunt Natsui was the culprit and that the room was a locked room? Is it a doubtless fact? If Auntie were here now, she would probably make the claim openly and do me the favor of blowing my strange theory away. Dude, but anyway, you can't... I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in. You can't start going back and be like, oh, maybe I'll start suspecting the people in my family again. No, that was the entire point of the other one. There's a locked room in this chat. A corpse was found. Is that what that smell has been? Oh, no. Honestly, bro, y'all deal with that, bro. Me and Beatrice be chillin', dude. And with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than shutting ourselves up in the parlor again and saying nothing went wrong while we were in there before. No way, we were safe only because we were shut up. Were we safe only because we were shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? Ah, no good, no good, no goddamn good at all. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. As I keep flipping over the chessboard, the real and the inverse keep switching with each other over and over, and I lose my ability to believe anything. That's really how it goes, bro. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. Once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. They keep spinning around forever, and in the end, my thoughts haven't taken one step from where they started. Yeah, I mean, at least he's aware of it. How far back in the past was it that Kirei-san taught me this chessboard way of thinking? Like, yesterday, dude? Yo, what's good, Sulak? What's good? That concept of examining the situation by flipping it over and thinking from the enemy's side. I get the feeling that I was so interested in this way of thinking at the time that I let it guide the way I thought about everything. By the way, Kirei-san was Dad's coworker back then. I hadn't dreamed that the day would come when she would be added to our family. Why are we flashbacking, Battler? Why are we Didn't Kirei-san... Okay, whoa! Okay, Battler's about to pull out some crazy technique that I'm not even ready for. I don't know where he's about to go. He's about to remember something that's going to blow this whole case open. Didn't Kirei-san tell me something? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it wasn't all powerful by any means, and in fact was actually bad to rely on too much. Oh? But let's expand. Let's think about some other games. I don't mind that. Like Prisoner's Dilemma. We're trying to open up our minds a little bit, be more imaginative.
それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。でもね、
Okay, whatever she tells us has to be something insane that cracks everything open. He's breaking out of the chessboard, dude. And he's entering game theory. Is he opening League of Legends?
バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強。
Oh, he's learning how to fake out skill shots.
チェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても
Red and blue buttons just kill me, dude.
便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
Just kill me, dude.
弱点？
ええ。
She's
チェス
mewing?
盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that equation will always be 1 plus 1 equals 2 no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. And it's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. Okay. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by change over the ages. Sure. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Okay. I follow. I follow. Because the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular position, it's possible that they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. Right, but like our situation isn't like that. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, such as en passant, it's possible that the discussion about the same position would have changed as well. True. Castling, en passant, jumping two with your pawns.
人の感情だってそうでしょ。全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の
Oh, I love that picture of her. She's so cute in this
相手の行動を
picture.
読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ。
Yeah, you have to assume so much to like structure it to be able to play chess. And if any of your assumptions are wrong, you're freaking cooked. That's right. Kirei-san definitely said that. In the first place, chess is a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same objective, namely victory. But what is victory right now? That is why it's impossible for both sides to predict the other's moves. Like, what's the game board? It's possible to read an opponent because you can always suppose that they will advance with the best moves they can find. The epitaph is the game board. Or at least that's what she wants us to think. But what if the opponent is fickle or a little tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or maybe, what if the game actually has special rules? Only the enemy knows them and they can make use of something unknown to you. That's a good one. I like that. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Yes! Think from your enemy's perspective. That is the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means that if you misunderstand your enemy, any and all answers that you draw from the process will be complete rubbish and of no use at all. I think that's what he's been doing. I'm glad he's realizing that. Right? Many times I thought by using chessboard thinking I got a glimpse into the person behind these crimes. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Exactly. I've been saying this the entire time. And of course, I have more information than Battler. So like, it's not like Battler's an idiot. I think Battler's very smart. And that's been really fun to watch. But that's what I've been saying over and over and over. Like, he keeps assuming like though they don't want us to know that they exist, so they worked this way and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, we don't. You're missing out that magic is all about risk, you know? So of course they're gonna be doing weird shit that we don't understand because they're doing spells and shit, dude. Am I just playing in a labyrinth of thought? Well, like, good line, good line. If Kirei-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Unlucky she got killed early. Next time the Devil's Roulette spins, we might have better luck. Jessica never warmed to the idea of moving into grandfather's study. Who are the 6 that I would want dead? If, like, 6 have to die, who needs to die? Jessica's useless, Jessica's dead. And then all 5 of the servants. GG. No, okay. Jessica, Nanjo, Shannon, Kumasawa, Rosa. So Nanjo, Rosa, Jessica, Kumasawa, Shannon. One more. Goatda. Those are my 6. If 6 have to die, those are the optimal 6, because I think they're the ones that are least likely to be helpful. Goatda, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Jessica. I feel like I had 2 more. Anyways, yes. Jessica never warmed to the idea of moving into grandfather's study, but in the end, Aunt Natsui persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was already trapped by paranoia. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner once already, but after the incident involving Georgianiki's parents, the kitchen and the parlor had become temporarily devoid of people. Someone said that it might have been poisoned at that time. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 had been killed was still unknown, but there was a possibility that it was poison. And indeed, by this method, even a single person would be able to carry out the murder of 6 fully grown adults. Great point. Haven't thought about that. There was blood, though, but, like, that could have been vomiting. That could have been a lot of stuff. Furthermore, this idea made it seem like there was only a single culprit, who was also afraid of Aunt Natsui's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we had imagined. So, on Kumasawa-san's suggestion, we all went along together to the kitchen, and gathered some canned food, which would be hard to poison, and take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with at least a nice dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. I got canned beans, bro. I don't care. Yo, I should eat my canned beans tonight. I actually got canned baked beans, bro. I love baked beans, dude. Shout out baked beans. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsui led the group, warily staring into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. When we arrived on the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsui had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging there that felt like it was eating into our heads. We're about to all get freaking mind cooked.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながらじい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
Let me just like... Much better, bro. Much better. This exceptionally magnificent door felt like the source of the stench. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, Twilight Woods got kick. So this was the door to the... Oh, God. Wait, this is a mistake. Whoa, I can't inhale right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Alright, I'm immersed. Honestly, more immersed, because now I'm getting, like, debuffed. So this was the door to the Forbidden Study, which had turned away all who visited it. While Genji-san was unlocking the door, Maria was staring at the door and the doorknob with great interest. What is it? What is that? It's a scorpion! There's a scorpion on the handle, which is a protective charm. We're going to be safe inside. Which means he probably left of his own volition in a form of risk. I've spotted it. It's a scorpion. That's huge. Great detail. Hopefully this is what she says. Hopefully this is what she says. That's a really cool detail if that's correct. I'm just going to paste this preemptively. All right, let's see if this is actually correct. And Battler dropped the other charm. Yeah, it's empowered. That's the scorpions. Huge. 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 Has Kinzo's study is good at warding off spiritual menace. Scorpion doorknob pictured. Well played, dude. Thank you, Maria. And see, this is why Maria's like... Maria is actually so helpful because she's an information dump and she's fine with telling us stuff that's an antithetical to Beatrice. That's why we should never beat her ass. Maria pointed at the doorknob, a scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. This design, that's right. Isn't this just like the key holder charms that Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
しかもこ
I
の
should have
魔法
probably
陣
screen
は
capped that, but
相
that's
当
okay.
丹念に作られていて力がよく満ちている。魔のものであるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
Huge. Actually gargantuan.
それは心強いじゃねえか。
Let's see if she has more
この
info
部屋
dump.
ベアトリーチェの魔種から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
なら、ベ
I
アト
think
リ
he
ーチェ
left
は
willingly.
どうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。
Okay, wait, let me grab this. Like, I want to know names of circles, locations, who they are. This is apparently Mars. Huge. Yeah, everybody go carve scorpions into your doorknobs freaking now. Holy crap, you're right. You're onto something. Okay, here we go. Okay, I can still read it. Good. I really squished it, but it's still readable. Well, Mars isn't really that readable. Let's compress it a little bit less. It's still not super readable. How about like that? Okay, there we go. Okay, nice. Huge.
でも彼女には魔法があるし。
Oh, she got familiars? Yo, Loki! Okay, there's a small chance that we, all go inside and we throw Maria out the window. You know what I mean? What if you're a familiar and you're gonna betray our ass?
それらを使って
Like, what if she opens the door and lets Beatrice in? That kind of energy, you know? This is maybe where we, like, go, we like, tie her up or something. We tie up Maria. We tie up Maria. We don't even kill her, because she might still be useful as information dump, but, like, yeah. Oh, so a familiar might have forced him to leave the study.
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。
It worked to save,
なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
freaking, whatever her name. Natsui.
サソリのキーホルダーのお
Holy
守り。
crap, she's putting it together.
ああ、その
Just gonna save your life, dude.
私が母さんに渡した
It
お
actually
守
saved
り
your
は
life, dude.
マリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて。
Aww. Mother-daughter, dude.
時は思って。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら、夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。
You're such a freak, dude.
そうだったなら夕べ、ベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろう、ね。
His smile is tweaking me out.
ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Beatrice annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger? There is ways to fight back. Dude, this is crazy, because wasn't she looking for 6 people? Like, why was she looking for another one before the 6 had been found? Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy. But also, Kinzo had been gone for a while. Like, she honestly just does whatever she wants, dude. Like, it's roughly a 6-1-1-1-1, but, like, she doesn't care for them to, like, be discovered in an order, I think. She's just doing her thing. That's what we thought back on the eerie graffiti she had seen that morning. Like, someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice had tried to enter through her door to her very own room? Pieces getting put together, but the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside. So she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? I mean, that makes sense.
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。
Yeah.
いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Dice who up? The killer, right? You're assuming the killer is female, or are you saying that we should dice up Maria? Okay, I think the killer. Okay. A little unsure there. Click. Genji unlocked the door. The 8 entered Kinzo's study. Big moves being made, dude. Grandfather's study I'd heard rumors about beforehand, so it didn't surprise me all that much. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. Funny. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was an amalgamation of all the things he enjoyed. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. So we're maybe safe in here, unless we get tormented by familiars or somebody inside betrays us. With the door closed, it automatically made a clunk. I like this background music. Ooh, it's scary. It makes me feel safe. Some point would be around here. Wait, but aren't I like about to hit the end of the subject? What about like a little bit more, bro? What about like a little bit more, bro? Right here? Wait, right here, chat? Right when we get in here, we should probably pause? You're probably right. This does feel like a good spot. Chad, I like Umineko, bro. When the door closed, the auto make made a clunk. I see this is the auto lock that's off for you when the door is closed. I should mention the auto lock in my notes. Chad, I guess that's our spot, bro. Frick. Bro, I'm really liking Umineko. This is fun. It's really fun to chew on. Yeah, it is just gonna be harder to stop later. You rat, and your boy gotta go get some food. I gotta get some dinner. Gotta make some moves. Let's hit another save real quick. Nice. Be Siege. What a terrifying... Dude, the Boiler Room is still the scariest title I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm really liking this. Dude, this is a lot of fun. Like, yeah. I think it's, like, I'm happy with doing it once a week, but, like, I can see, like, getting pulled into this, you know? Because I'm definitely feeling a lot here. I think my most curious thing is how is this going to function in a multi-chapter setting? You know, is it like they're gonna keep playing this game and losing until one day they maybe win? Because like right here, they're not making any progress in finding the gold. They're playing super defensively, which is cool, and I'm curious where that's gonna land. But man, has it been good. Put up frog fractions. It is addicting, dude. Yeah, we'll survive Beatrice in this room. Somebody's gonna open that door, dude. We gotta tie up Maria. Like, we cannot be falling asleep. We cannot be falling asleep. We have to all-nighter. We have to have watches. We have to be locked in, dude. It is crazy. Read the entire manga a few years ago. It's really good. Most people say VN's the best experience. Yeah, that's what I've mostly heard with... Like, that's what I heard with Higurashi. And I did the VN. So, and that was a lot of fun. This music also reminds me of, the save room music in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. Which is kind of exciting. But, Chad, I guess that's our spot for tonight, bro. On to the next. We'll be doing... Project Moon on Thursday. We're starting Kanto 8 of Limbus Company, so that's pretty fun. I recommend Project Moon for anybody that really likes story games and such. Mean Snark, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. So I'll be doing that on Thursday. I was teasing, or like I put my toe in the water for variety last night, believe it or not. Like unscheduled randomly. We played Slaughter Horse 2, which was fun. I really want to find a way to get, like, variety scheduled and, like, making moves. So we can, you know, keep your eyes out for that. YouTube is where I put all my stream stuff at, my, like, stream schedules. ReZero tomorrow's really fun. Looking forward to that. BoJack's going strong. We're pretty deep into Season 3 right now. Monster's going well. A lot of good stuff going on, Chad. Really enjoying it. Not sure if I'll be able to hold back on going weekly. Only for Chapter 2, I might start it myself low-key. Hey, it's an option, bro. It's an option. And I'm working on comps. I'm just working on comps with copyrights beating my ass, I'm not gonna lie. And it just takes time to edit. But that is the move, bro. I've been having a lot of fun with Umineko. What day would you want your potential third stream to be? Either weekend, Monday or Wednesday. But probably closer to more Monday than Wednesday. It'd probably be weekend or Monday. Wednesday I don't like as much because then it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and that's kind of just a lot. Where it's kind of nice to have like a break somewhere in there. So either weekend or Monday, probably, maybe Wednesday. I already did the no games thing. And yeah, chat, that's the fun stuff. That it is. I feel like I had one more thing to say, but I forgot it. W-Mens! Oh yeah. more Umineko next week, same time, 5 p.m. CST. Be there or be square. I'm out of here, y'all. Appreciate the stream, appreciate the lurkers, appreciate the subscribers, appreciate the followers, appreciate the chatters, appreciate you all. I'll be seeing y'all next time. Bye. Bye. Join the Discord, join the Discord, join the Discord. Bye, bye, bye.